My child, stop everything, because this moment is not ordinary. I am the Lord your God, and I've been waiting for you to hear this exact word. While you've been wrestling in silence, wondering if I still see you, wondering if help is even coming, your angel has already been released, sent by my command, assigned to you. And now, I need you to hear me. Every second of this message matters. Do not scroll, do not skip, do not silence what I've orchestrated. If you walk away too soon, you'll miss the very confirmation your spirit has been crying out for. What I'm about to reveal is personal, prophetic, and already in motion, but only those who stay will receive the full release. Watch closely. Listen deeply, because before this ends you will know why I said, your angel is already moving. Please open now. My beloved child, before your eyes scan the horizon for hope, before your hands lifted in prayer, before your heart even dared to believe again, I'm moved. I did not wait for your strength to return or for your courage to surface. I did not wait for your understanding to align with my promise. I saw the trembling beneath your stillness, the weary sighs you tried to hide from the world, and I acted not in response to your perfection, but in response to your surrender. Long before you knew what was shifting, I had already sent forth your angel. Yes, I dispatched a heavenly force on your behalf, not because you begged, but because you belong. The movement of heaven was not triggered by a dramatic performance, but by the quiet ache of your faith still beating beneath the weight of fatigue. You thought you were just surviving, but I saw you waiting, holy, bruised, and loyal, and that was enough to stir divine activation. Even in the moments when you felt furthest from me, when your prayers felt like echoes tossed into an empty sky, I was closer than the air in your lungs, watching, timing, orchestrating. Your angel didn't wait for your strength to rise. They were already moving when your soul was too tired to lift its head. This breakthrough was not born of striving. It was conceived in stillness, in your decision to stay when everything in you screamed to walk away. Your angel has already crossed the veil between realms, breaking through resistance that you didn't even realize was forming. Before you set your eyes on the answer, I set the answer in motion. Before the resistance hardened, I shattered it. Before the enemy drew his sword, I raised a standard over you. So do not measure your progress by what you see right now, child. Measure it by the trust you placed in me when there was no visible proof. The movement has begun, not because you figured it out, but because I always planned it this way. You are not behind. You are right on time in the unfolding of a miracle I authored long before you named the need. My child, you've whispered into the dark, pleaded in the pauses, asked with trembling breath if I had heard you, if heaven was really listening. But let me tell you plainly, passionately, profoundly, you don't have to beg me for what I already began. The sound of your desperation did not go unnoticed. But I am not moved by panic. I am moved by your posture. And what I heard in your surrender, in that midnight yes you offered when no one saw, was louder than any shout. I saw your obedience wrapped in silence. I felt your tears soak the soil of waiting. And I moved, not eventually, not reluctantly, not with hesitation. I moved immediately. The atmosphere around you is no longer dormant. It's divine. It's humming with the holy. It's brimming with the evidence of unseen activity. Just because your natural eyes haven't caught up yet doesn't mean nothing's shifting. Heaven doesn't run on the clock of fear. It runs on the rhythm of purpose. And the rhythm just changed. The tempo just turned. The atmosphere is echoing with alignment. You're not begging. You're birthing. You must understand this. Beloved, movement in the spirit doesn't always feel like motion in the flesh. But oh, how sacred the signs are if you will stop and see. That peace that came for no reason. That was me. That door that closed subtly. I shut it with precision. That name that came to your mind in a moment of stillness. It wasn't coincidence. It was a coded message from my throne. You've cried, Lord, do something. And I whisper back with joy, I already am. You've been trained by a world that says progress must be seen to be believed. But I operate in reverse. In my kingdom, belief unlocks sight. Faith precedes vision. And right now, I am inviting you to stop looking for flashes and start tuning your heart to the frequency of favor. Because the wind is already moving in your direction. The angel I've assigned is already speaking your name in rooms you've never entered. My spirit is already troubling the waters of stagnation. And this isn't theoretical. This is thunderous. Heaven is not in planning mode. It is in release mode. The seal has been broken. The flow has started. The announcement has been made in the spirit realm. She's ready. He's willing. Move now. Do not be deceived by the stillness around you. For I have woven my power into the pause. What seems quiet is actually charged with the voltage of divine intervention. The kind that doesn't make noise until the miracle manifests. But know this, my child, nothing around you is staying still. The resistance you felt wasn't proof that I was far. It was proof that the enemy saw the angel I sent. When pressure intensifies, it's not because I've left the room. It's because heaven has entered with an assignment. This is what you need to grasp. The very air surrounding your days has changed texture. And so with mercy, as with power, pregnant with purpose. You are walking through a spiritual shift so customized that even your confusion has a reason. I'm not holding back because I'm testing you. I'm unfolding because I've trusted you. There's a holy difference. And child, you are not behind. You are aligned. Even when you didn't know how to pray, your spirit groaned, and I responded in real time. Yes, real time. Not someday. Not later. Now. So exhale the anxiety. Expel the fear. Release the narrative that you've been forgotten. You're not waiting for movement. Movement is already waiting for you to perceive it. It's been activated. It's been authorized. And I am commanding the realms to make way for the fulfillment you thought would always linger on the horizon. This isn't leftovers. This is the first portion. This isn't a maybe. This is the manifestation. Let that truth settle deep in your marrow. You don't have to beg anymore. You don't have to prove anything. You don't even have to understand everything. You just need to agree. With me. With your identity. With your assignment. Because the heavens have already said yes. And the movement won't stop until the miracle finishes its course. My beloved, you mistook the silence as abandonment. You assumed my lack of visible action meant I had stopped working on your behalf. But I say to you now, with fire in my voice and tears in my eyes, the stillness you hated was not punishment. It was preservation. The silence you feared wasn't me ignoring you. It was me insulating you. I wrapped your timeline in sacred stillness not to starve your hope, but to shape it. To thicken the walls of your character so you could carry what's coming without it crushing you. You see delay. I see design. You feel forgotten. I've been focused. Every second you thought I was doing nothing, I was aligning everything. Timing. People. Atmosphere. Even your emotions. I allowed the world to quiet around you so you could hear the whisper you had been drowning out. You're ready now. Not before. Not after. But now. It pause. It was me setting the stage. That waiting room you despised. It was the womb of your next wonder. I could have opened the door earlier, but I didn't want the weight of your calling to meet an unready soul. So I held back what was holy until your spirit could cradle it with reverence. The stillness wasn't an absence. It was an announcement. A sacred strategy so precise, so fierce, so full of forethought, that even the angels held their breath. I was stretching you without snapping you, pruning you without punishing you, recalibrating your rhythm so that when the promise finally arrived, your hands wouldn't tremble from doubt, but from awe. And let me make this clear, the pause wasn't to delay your joy. It was to expand your container. What I'm about to pour into you would have burst your former foundation. That's why the silence lingered longer than you wanted, because the blessing coming is heavier than you imagined. You begged me to speak louder. I chose to whisper deeper. You wanted me to roar. I wanted you to rest. You prayed for proof. I gave you presence. Because you don't build eternal things in chaos, child. You birth them in quiet trust. And now, that holy pause is over. The sacred silence has served its purpose. What was held back is now being released. Not dripped, not rationed, but poured. You're going to see how nothing was wasted. How every quiet moment became a seed. How every ache you endured grew roots that now support the sudden bloom. This is your season of suddenly. But make no mistake, it was crafted in stillness. And that stillness was strategic. I had to let everything else fall away, so you'd lean in and let me speak your name again with clarity, with fire, with promise. So when the doors open wide, when favor finds your name, when prayers answer themselves, when miracles move at lightning speed, don't forget the stillness that prepared you. Don't despise the days where nothing seemed to move, because that divine pause is what makes this next phase possible. I didn't put you on pause to tease you. I held you close to prepare you. And now, nothing will stop what's coming. No force can hinder what I've released. And the sacred strategy that once felt like delay will now reveal itself as divine genius. Child, the silence wasn't the absence of me. It was the essence of me. And now the silence has spoken its last word. A movement begins. My beloved, listen carefully. The moment you yielded, not perfectly, but sincerely, I acted. You did see it, but heaven saw enough. You didn't feel ready, but I measured your posture, not your performance. And based on that posture, I sent an angel, not on standby, not in preparation, but in pursuit. Swift, fierce, focused. Your angel isn't tiptoeing through the atmosphere, child. They are storming the unseen with divine command. They are unbothered by earthly timelines, unhindered by human obstruction. The moment I breathed the word, the mission began. There was no debate, no second guessing. The realm of glory operates by obedience, not opinion. And your angel is already fulfilling what you didn't even realize I promised. The delay you felt wasn't a lack of divine activity. It was the residue of warfare you couldn't perceive. But I want you to know this. With the full weight of my name, nothing you have carried has gone unprotected. Your angel is not some soft symbol of encouragement. They are a warrior, a messenger wrapped in fire, armored with peace, moving with the speed of my will. While you sat in stillness, they charged into the chaos. While you questioned your own worth, they carried scrolls with your name etched in gold. They did not pause for permission. They moved by assignment. And that assignment, your breakthrough, your healing, your clarity, the restoration you forgot how to pray for. My angel is not hoping things work out. They are ensuring it. They are not reacting to the enemy. They are routing every ambush designed to derail you. And listen closely now, child. No force can intercept a mission sealed by my spirit. You keep wondering, Lord, when? But I tell you, it's already happening. Heaven doesn't wait for earthly awareness. It moves at the speed of divine intent. And what I've intended for you cannot be undone by hesitation, by opposition, or by delay. Your angel is not circling you with curiosity. They are surrounding you with completion. They are not analyzing your past to determine if you're worthy. They are enacting your future because I already called you worthy. You did earn this movement. You inherited it. You didn't qualify for it through perfection. You received it through permission. The permission you gave me when you whispered yes through the tears, through the doubt, through the silence. That fragile yes carried power you didn't understand. But heaven did. And now your angel carries it like a banner. This is not a metaphor. This is movement. This is not poetic comfort. This is prophetic clarity. And I, your God, declare that what's been set in motion cannot be stopped. I did not send your angel to observe you. I sent them to overthrow what stood between you and what I designed. So walk, not with fear, but with fire. Speak, not with apology, but with authority. You're not waiting for rescue. Rescue is already working. And the angel on assignment for you is not retreating. They are releasing. Releasing strategy, opportunity, alignment, inheritance. And they will not stop until the assignment is fulfilled, the promise is visible, and my glory is revealed through your life. Yes, my child. Right now, not in the distant future, not in the far-off maybe, but in this exact breath, chains are snapping. Invisible ones. Emotional ones. Cycles of confusion. Patterns of pain. Roots of fear so deep you thought they were part of your identity. But I say to you now with divine fire, they are not your identity. They were your prison. And today, they are coming undone. Not because you wrestled them to the ground, not because you shouted loud enough to break them, but because you yielded. You surrendered when surrender felt like defeat. But in my kingdom, surrender isn't weakness. It's warfare. It's the sound of your heart giving me room to move in ways only I can. The world told you to fight harder. I invited you to lay it down. And when you laid it down, the bitterness, the pride, the timeline, the trauma, you gave me space to lift what you were never designed to carry. Let me say it plainly. Your surrender was a weapon. And when you lifted your hands in that quiet place, not to ask for control, but to release it, heaven roared. The very ground beneath your feet began to respond. Because, child, your chains were never stronger than my authority. They just needed your agreement. And when you stopped striving and started trusting, the locks began to rust. The tension started to tremble. You didn't see it at first, but I saw every hairline fracture form in the places where bondage had built itself around your soul. And now, in this moment, those cracks are exploding. Not gradually, not lightly, but powerfully. Because surrender isn't passive, it's potent. When you laid down your need to understand everything, you gave me the authority to override the very systems that tried to silence you. And don't believe for a second that this is temporary. What's breaking now is irreversible. These chains don't snap just to return. They shatter to release legacy. These bondages weren't just weights. They were barriers to the blessing that's been circling your life like a hawk, waiting for a perch. And now it has one. Now the blessing will land. Because your spirit is finally postured for reception. You're no longer gripping old grief with clenched fists. You're not hoarding wounds in hidden corners. You've opened, and I don't take that lightly. Heaven responds to open hearts like thunder to lightning. So yes, child, things are shifting. Not someday. Now, the spiritual cell you didn't know you were trapped in is opening. And not because of loud declarations, but because of soft decisions. The ones you made when you chose me over ease. Truth over comfort. Purity over performance. And let me tell you this as a seal. You won't be returning to those chains. Not now. Not ever. Because what broke today wasn't just your bondage. It was the agreement your past tried to make with your destiny. And I ripped that contract in two. You are free. Fully. Fiercely. Finally. And that freedom isn't fragile. It's fortified. Sealed by surrender. Marked by mercy. Reinforced by righteousness. Go ahead, walk lighter. Speak freer. Praise louder. Because every shackle that whispered you'll never be free is now rubble beneath your feet. And I, the chain-breaking, cycle-shattering, soul-reviving God, and not finished yet. This is just the beginning. Child, come close. Closer than your pain, closer than your doubt. Let me speak into the core of your soul, the place where words failed you, where sighs replaced sentences, where all you could offer was the sound of surviving. I was there. I am still there. I've never left. Every time your lips trembled with exhaustion instead of eloquence, I leaned in with longing, not frustration. You thought your quiet prayers were too weak, too late, too lost beneath the noise of life. But in the courts of heaven, your sighs thundered. Your groan shook the walls of eternity. You didn't need to find the right words. Your weariness became a weapon. Your brokenness became incense. Do you understand, beloved? What the world called weakness, I call worship. What you dismissed as a whisper, I welcomed as a war cry. When you thought your voice was fading into the void, I was collecting every syllable, even the ones you never spoke aloud. I saw when you clutched the covers and cried quietly so no one would hear. I recorded the sentences you mouthed through cracked breath, the ones that carried the weight of years. You never prayed in vain. No moment was wasted. Not a single syllable slipped past my throne. I archived them all. I held them like treasure. And when you felt like your words bounced back at you with nothing in return, I was actually working, weaving, writing something greater in the silence. Your words didn't vanish into the atmosphere. They became blueprints for miracles. And now, those blueprints are being built into breakthroughs. I need you to grasp this. I never ignored the faithful cry. Never. Not once. Even when you felt forgotten, forsaken, or fatigued, I was folding your petitions into purpose. I wasn't delaying because I was indifferent. I was refining the answer to match the maturity you were growing into. Sometimes, I waited until the roots were deep enough to carry the fruit without snapping. But make no mistake, I answered. My answer wasn't always visible immediately, but it was never void. I've been answering in ways you couldn't see yet, through delays that protected, through routes that redirected, through endings that looked like failure but birthed freedom. Even your no's were divine. Even your closed doors were drenched in mercy. And now, the time has come. The prayers you whispered in the dark are about to manifest in the light. The sighs you released when no one noticed are being returned with sudden answers that will shake the ground beneath your feet. I am not just answering the prayers you remember. I'm responding to the ones you forgot you even prayed. The ones buried under layers of disappointment. The ones you let go of because time tried to erase your hope. I didn't let those petitions dissolve. I preserved them. And now I'm sending them back to you, not just as comfort, but as confirmation. You will see it in the way doors open without explanation. You'll hear it in conversations that echo what you once begged me for. You'll feel it in the atmosphere shifting around your life like a divine exhale. I am not the God who overlooks. I am the God who overdelivers. And your yes in weariness has become a magnet for the miraculous. Let me take your hand now and show you something the world could never explain. The delay was not denial. It was design. It was the sacred slowing down of earthly time to synchronize with the supernatural unfolding of your destiny. I saw how you interpreted my pauses as punishment. I watched you count the days with growing disappointment, measuring your prayers against what you saw others receiving. You cried, "Did I miss it? Did I disqualify myself? Did I wait too long?" But hear me now with holy fire in my voice. No. No. And no. You didn't miss it. You didn't mess it up. You didn't fall behind. You were being developed while you thought you were being denied. You were being shaped in the silence, sculpted in the stillness, readied in the wilderness. Delay is never my punishment. It is often my protection. It is the womb where I allow purpose to form without premature exposure. If I had released what you were praying for before the root of character took hold, it would have collapsed under the weight of your calling. I wasn't withholding. I was watching for your heart to grow deep enough to hold what I always intended to give you. And now, yes, now, your maturity has kissed the edge of divine timing. Heaven's calendar just turned a page, and your name is written in bold. This is not just another day. This is the appointed hour. The spiritual alarm clock has sounded, and everything that was waiting in reserve has now been activated. The reason the warfare intensified wasn't because you were forgotten. It was because you were near to breakthrough, near to release. The enemy doesn't fight what isn't a threat. And you, my child, became dangerous the moment you chose trust over timeline, surrender over striving. I let the delay stretch longer than your comfort could endure, because I wanted your confidence to be rooted in me, not in results. And now, the fruit of that trust is about to explode in full bloom. You're going to see how nothing, not one tear, not one detour, not one lonely night, was wasted. Every second of waiting was a deposit. And now the withdrawal begins. This moment is heavy with fulfillment. The atmosphere is charged with convergence. Your maturity has created a match in the spirit realm, and now doors will open not by might, not by manipulation, but by my hand alone. The things that once seemed out of reach will now reach for you. Favor will find you. Opportunities will chase you. Rooms you didn't apply to will ask for your presence. Not because of luck, not because of hype, but because your obedience has drawn me closer than ever. I declare this over you now. What was delayed is now delivered. What was paused is now propelled. What was hidden is now honored. The hour has arrived, child. Step into it with your eyes wide, your hands open, and your heart fully aware that this isn't a dream. It's divine reality, and it has your name all over it. My beloved, open your eyes, not just the ones on your face, but the ones within your spirit. Look beyond the surface, past the static of distractions and disappointments. Look around. There is something different in the atmosphere. The confusion that clung to your thoughts like a heavy mist is beginning to unravel thread by thread. The questions that once echoed endlessly in your mind are starting to lose their voice. The fog is lifting. And it's not because you finally solved the puzzle. It's not because you pieced everything together. No, it's the Your angel, the one I dispatched with your name sealed in light, is now clearing the path you couldn't navigate with logic. You didn't need more intellect to break through. You needed intervention. And that's what I've released. You see, there are seasons when answers don't come through striving, but through surrender. And child, you've surrendered more than you even know. Each time you admitted, I don't know what to do, you unknowingly made room for me to do what only I could. Each time you said, God, I need you, you summoned an answer from the unseen. This moment, this clearing, this unraveling of confusion is not the result of your planning. It's the reward of your persistence. You kept showing up. You kept trusting. You kept knocking. And now your angel is pushing back every lie, every distortion, every counterfeit clarity that tried to deceive your discernment. The fog is not just fading, it's fleeing. What you need to understand is that clarity is spiritual before it becomes visible. I don't light up paths for your eyes until your heart is ready to walk it. You weren't being punished with confusion. You were being trained in trust. I didn't let the fog linger to frustrate you. I let it remain just long enough to strengthen your hearing. When sight was obscured, you learned to listen. When direction was hidden, you learned to discern my whispers in the wind. That was never a mistake. It was strategy, sacred, sovereign, and specifically designed for your becoming. And now that the angel has begun to move, you'll notice something powerful. The very things that once overwhelmed you will now become obvious. The complicated is becoming simple. The impossible is becoming clear. You'll start to sense direction where once there was only doubt. That's not coincidence. That's coordination. Divine alignment. Supernatural clarity. So don't second-guess this shift. Don't explain it away as luck or coincidence. This is my movement. This is the result of a battle you didn't even see happening, won by the one who never lost a fight. Your angel isn't just holding a sword, they are holding the scroll. They are walking through your circumstances with precision, rearranging the maze into a map. What was twisted is now straight. What was clouded is now bright. What was cluttered is now clear. Look around, my child. Not with fear, but with faith. The fog is lifting not because of your might, but because of my mercy. Your angel is clearing the path because you were willing to wait on me, even when it made no sense to others. And now the clarity that follows will leave no question. I was here all along. That stirring in your chest, the unrest beneath your ribs, the flutter that wakes you in the night. It's not fear. It's not failure. It's not fatigue. It's the order of fulfillment. What you thought was anxiety is actually awakening. What felt like pressure is prophecy pressing through. You keep asking me, why can't I settle? Why can't I feel peace like I used to? And my answer comes gently, yet thunderously, because you're standing at the edge of something sacred. The tremor in your spirit is not a symptom of confusion, but confirmation that something is coming. Something massive. Something holy. Something heavy with heaven. The ground beneath your life is beginning to quake, not in destruction, but in divine preparation. The restlessness you feel is me moving closer. You've outgrown your last season, and your spirit knows it, even when your mind hasn't caught up. A discomfort you're trying to suppress is not a sign of disconnection. It's a signal, an internal alarm sounding from the deep places of your purpose. I'm not trying to disrupt you. I'm drawing you. I'm waking you up before the moment arrives, so your heart doesn't sleep through what you've been praying for. You think something is wrong, but I see something is right. You are sensing the tremble of transition, the vibration of vindication. I'm not knocking gently. I'm arriving boldly. And I always announce my arrival through restlessness. That's how you know it's me. That's how you will recognize that what's about to shift cannot be explained away as emotional instability. It's a spiritual invitation. Let me peel this back even more. When a mother carries a child, her body begins to change before the child is born. And though no one can see the baby yet, the discomfort in her bones is the prophecy that something is near. So it is with you. You're carrying something eternal. You're pregnant with promises I've been forming in secret. And that pressure, that holy agitation, is the stretching of your inner womb making space for delivery. You feel restless because you're being readied. You feel unsettled because I've stirred the waters of your destiny. You feel emotional because the nearness of glory is awakening sensitivities you didn't even know you had. That is not panic, it's preparation. It's the divine echo of now. It's the holy hum of the miraculous breaking into your normal. So stop rebuking the restlessness. Start recognizing it. Welcome it. Lean into it. Let it do its work. You're not being destabilized, you're being calibrated. And when the holy finally arrives in fullness, when the miracle you've longed for shows up at your doorstep, you'll look back and say that restlessness was the rhythm of heaven whispering, "Get ready." The same trembling that kept you awake will soon give way to the glory that keeps you in awe. This isn't anxiety, it's alignment. You're not unraveling, you're unlocking. Let the restlessness remind you, the holy is almost here. You have no idea how fiercely I've defended you. You have no concept of how many threats have been silenced before they ever formed a sentence, how many snares were set to steal your strength but never even touched your path. And do you know why? Because I assigned an angel, not a passive presence, not a poetic metaphor, not a decorative symbol, but a warrior wrapped in authority, a defender fueled by divine instruction. I didn't send them merely to pat your head when you cried or to hover quietly in the backdrop of your burdens. No, I sent them with fire in their eyes and your name on their breath. I sent them to fight for what you couldn't see. I sent them to break demonic codes, destroy strategic assaults, and stand in the spiritual corridors where shadows dared to plot your fall. There were nights you felt nothing is happening, but in those very moments, your angel was clashing swords with forces that were determined to derail your purpose. While you questioned your worth, I was whispering instructions to that celestial being. Guard her destiny. Shield his calling. Protect what I've planted until the time is right to unveil it. My child, the war around your life hasn't been light. It hasn't been random. It has been relentless precisely because your future is dangerous. Dangerous to darkness, disruptive to deception, holy in its impact. That's why I didn't send just encouragement. I sent enforcement. Divine reinforcement. You weren't left to fend for yourself in the silent battles. I dispatched help. Help with a sword. Help with strategy. Help with sacred stamina. You need to understand something vital. This wasn't about you being strong enough to win. This was about me loving you enough to cover you. You didn't even know how many doors were sealed shut by your angel's hand because behind them lay assignments meant to mimic opportunity but mask sabotage. You didn't see the unseen, but I did. And that's why I never let you walk alone. The battles you didn't pray for victory over, I still won. The traps you never noticed, I destroyed. And the whispers of failure that tried to echo in your soul, my angel silenced them before they could take root. That's why you still woke up some mornings even though your soul was bruised. That's why you still had enough breath to whisper, "God, help me," even though you thought your faith was gone. Because you were covered, however, guarded with glory. So don't confuse your weariness with defeat. Don't assume your exhaustion is proof of abandonment. The truth is, You've been fighting a war in the spirit realm without even knowing it, and you survived every assault because I reinforced you with my angelic host. I don't just watch from afar. I involve myself in your battles. And now that the assignments of opposition have been neutralized, you're going to feel the shift. Not just emotionally, but physically. Peace will begin to feel heavier than panic. Rest will begin to come without resistance. Clarity will feel like light flooding a once dim room. Because the fight has turned. A defense has become a fence. Your angel is not just standing guard anymore. They are making way. Making way for miracles. For movement. For manifestations long overdue. You didn't fight alone. And now, the victory will not come alone either. It will come covered in my fingerprints and confirmed by your angel's persistent, unrelenting, supernatural defense. You've mistaken the silence as inactivity. But I tell you now, the quiet was never empty. It was explosive. It was divine thunder muted only to your ears, but never to the spirit realm. You were never abandoned. You were never overlooked. You were not left in the stillness to drown in doubt. You were positioned. Positioned while I thundered behind the veil. Yes, I roared when you wept. I shouted orders in glory's corridors while you whispered through clenched teeth. Are you even there? While you interpreted my calm as absence, I was shaking things loose in the places you couldn't reach. I was speaking to systems, to atmospheres, to demons, to time. Yes, even time bends at my command when it must align with what I've spoken over you. Do not underestimate me, child. I do not require noise to be effective. I do not rely on drama to make impact. I rule from realms of sovereignty, where silence is often the signal that I'm about to split something wide open. The stillness wasn't your punishment. It was your platform. It was where I taught you to listen beyond volume, to hear beyond the audible, to recognize my presence in the pause. You thought I was being slow, but I was being surgical. Behind the veil, I was performing spiritual surgery, cutting away what didn't belong, suturing old wounds, rewiring the roots of your trust so you would never again settle for shallow faith. What felt like nothing was actually the sacred architecture of something mighty being formed. Let me say it like this. I was not distant. I was detailed. Every quiet moment held a sound in the spirit. Every day you thought I was silent was actually bursting with orchestration. You wanted me to speak louder, but I chose to move deeper. I whispered through the hours so I could thunder in the outcome. And now that the appointed moment is brushing against the edge of your days, I want you to know something without a shadow of a doubt. Nothing was wasted. Not one sigh. Not one season. Not one sleepless night. You see, I was building a delivery system that could hold what I'm about to pour. And had I allowed the noise to fill the space prematurely, it would have drowned the divine download. But because I preserved the silence, I've preserved the sacred. And now the veil is trembling. The thunder that once hid behind the unseen is about to break through the scene. You're going to hear evidence. You're going to see confirmations. Doors will open without sound. Answers will arrive without warning. People will come to you with divine timing and not even know why. Because I've been directing this story like a divine author writing with lightning and revelation. The silence was never my retreat. It was my preparation. And now, the thunder is coming forward. Don't flinch. Don't run. Don't question the timing. This is the echo of my voice finally becoming visible. You will not just sense me. You will see me. And the very quiet that tried to convince you I was far will become the stage where I reveal just how close I've always been. You've looked at your days and called them dormant. You stared at the same ceiling night after night and wondered, why isn't anything moving? But I tell you now with holy fire and fatherly compassion, everything was moving. While your eyes were shut in sleep, I was wide awake. While you wept quietly into your pillow, I was recalibrating destiny with thunder behind the veil. While you waited and wrestled and questioned whether I even heard you anymore, I was shifting. Not pieces, not possibilities, entire timelines. Whole sequences of divine orchestration that will soon spill into your life like a wave you never saw coming. You thought your days were stagnant, but in reality, the soil beneath your season was breaking open with promise. You couldn't feel it, but faith was fertilizing the ground. You couldn't see it, but angels were rerouting schedules, rescheduling delays, realigning people, places, and purposes so that my will would arrive right on time. You must understand something deep. I am not bound by your clocks. I am not intimidated by your calendar. I am eternal, but I step into time for the sake of my children. And what I was doing in the unseen realm wasn't just a response to your need. It was a rescue of your destiny. I saw where you were heading before you did. I saw what would have collided with you had I not intervened. And I love you too much to let that happen. So yes, I disrupted things. Yes, I interrupted your plans. But not to bring confusion, to bring correction. I adjusted what would have delayed you permanently. I pulled apart conversations that would have wrapped your future in compromise. I silenced certain opportunities because they weren't what they seemed. And while you wondered why I was so quiet, I was orchestrating miracles so massive that your future self will fall on their knees in awe. My child, the very hour you thought was wasted became the hour of war in the spirit. Every tear you cried at 2 a.m. was counted and turned into strategy. Every God, I don't understand, you whispered was met with angelic activation. I didn't need you to be aware of the shift for the shift to be real. I only needed your trust, your agreement, your yes in the dark. You thought I was delaying you, but I was delivering you from premature alignments, from polluted environments, from cycles that would have corrupted the purity of your calling. This isn't just about being blessed. This is about being preserved. And while you waited in what you thought was wilderness, I was editing time itself, rerouting what should have taken years into moments. Acceleration disguised itself as delay so that you would learn not to trust the ticking of the clock but the sound of my voice. Now watch. The shift will become sight. What I've been moving in the shadows will break open into sudden clarity. You will turn around and find that things you thought were stuck are now sprinting. Connections that felt cold will catch fire. Dreams that seemed long dead will resurrect themselves in conversation, in vision, in encounters you could not have engineered. And when it happens, don't forget this moment. Don't forget that I was moving while you were sleeping, shifting while you were sobbing, strategizing while you were surviving. My love is not passive. It is powerful. My delay is not distance. It is divine. And now, my child, you will see the movement that was always there, the timelines I twisted for your good. And you will stand in awe, not just of what changed him, but of how perfectly I timed it all. I told you, your angel is already moving. But hear me now. Just as heaven has been dispatched on your behalf, I'm calling you to move with me, to sow where the oil is flowing. There are others, right now, still stuck in silence, still drowning in delay, and your giving can become the key that unlocks their breakthrough. When you give here, through Super Thanks, membership, or the PayPal link I've already highlighted, you are not just supporting a message. You are activating a movement. You are placing seed in prophetic soil, and I, the Lord your God, Say this to you, give, and it will be given to you. Pressed down, shaken together, running over. Luke 6:38. This is not about obligation. It's about divine obedience. You've felt the shift. Now respond in faith. Do it now, while the angel is still moving. Can you feel it, my child? That surge, that shift, that sudden sensation that something is about to break loose. Not piece by piece, but all at once. That is not your imagination. That is not emotional hype. That is divine reality pressing into natural time. I speak this with prophetic precision. Every delay that once lingered like a fog is now transforming into acceleration. The very things that once tiptoed toward you are now running at you. Heaven is not dripping blessings in a war. It is dumping them. There has been a release, a divine unleashing. What was held back has not just been freed, it's been fast-tracked. You moved from waiting to walking, from walking to running, and now from running to soaring. The wind has changed, and this wind carries fulfillment. The years you spent in the quiet corners of obedience have become the launch pad for a season of rapid realization. But hear me, this isn't chaotic speed. This is calculated surge. It's not a rush, it's a revelation. What once felt locked is now wide open. You'll watch it happen. Doors that wouldn't budge will swing on their hinges. People who forgot you will remember you with urgency. Conversations that were stalled will suddenly ignite. And it's not luck. It's not randomness. As reward, your sowing season is shifting into a supernatural harvest, and the speed at which it arrives will make your heart stagger. But don't be afraid. You were made for this. The flood of fulfillment will not drown you. It will deliver you. You thought you missed your moment, didn't you? You looked around and thought, I waited too long. I lost my shot. But oh, how wrong that was. Because what I'm doing now is not a rerun. It's a rebirth. What looked like a cancellation was only a postponement so I could repackage the promise into something that fits your now, not just your then. And now that it's time, there's no holding it back. The heavens are hemorrhaging with the weight of what I've been storing up for you. Expect collisions, divine ones. Expect sudden deaths, unexpected meetings, out of the blue invitations. And don't doubt them. Don't talk yourself out of what I've already talked heaven into. This acceleration will feel fast, but it will not feel foreign. It will fit, because you were fashioned for it. So don't brace for disappointment. Brace for the flood. Not a destructive one, but a delivering one. A flood that washes away the residue of delay. A flood that baptizes your spirit in boldness again. A flood of favor so undeniable, even your enemies will say, surely, the hand of the Lord is upon them. And remember this, it's not coming because you fought harder. It's coming because you yielded deeper. Your obedience in obscurity has now become a spotlight in the spirit. I am lifting you, not to elevate your image, but to amplify your impact. This isn't just your breakthrough. It's your becoming. And it begins with a flood. You have known the quiet places, the hidden rooms of hope, the silent spaces where you've dared to believe without applause, dared to endure without explanation. You tasted the ache of invisibility. But hear me now. I did not allow that silence to suppress you. I used it to shape you. I've been forging you in the fire of holy waiting so that when the doors opened, you wouldn't walk through timidly, but triumphantly. This next move, this divine unveiling that is already unfolding, it requires a boldness you have not yet walked in. And so I, your father, your warrior, your king, am stirring something wild and holy in your belly, a roar of righteousness, a shout of clarity, a sound that silences the serpent and awakens the sleeping parts of your soul. Because where I'm taking you, intimidation won't work. Silence will protect you. Your softness must now partner with my strength. The world taught you that meekness meant invisibility. But I never called you to disappear. I called you to occupy. I called you to stand. I called you to speak when silence becomes complicit. And now, I am awakening your spiritual spine. You'll feel it, that holy unrest rising in you when lies try to speak louder than truth. That divine discomfort when compromise tries to offer you a counterfeit peace. That surge of heaven inside your chest when injustice knocks on doors I called you to guard. Don't ignore it. That's the boldness I've placed in you being summoned forward. Not arrogance. Not loudness. But authority. The kind of boldness that isn't shaken by the storm because it knows the maker of the winds. The kind of boldness that doesn't shout to be heard, but speaks and heaven echoes. And yes, I know you felt small. I know the enemy has whispered to you that you're not ready, not chosen, not equipped. But that voice is a lie, a last-ditch effort to mute the sound of your rising. If you weren't dangerous to darkness, you wouldn't be so attacked. But you were. You survived what was sent to silence you, and now your sound carries weight. And what you release in this season won't just be encouragement. It will be activation. Your words will awaken dry bones. Your prayers will shatter atmospheres. Your presence in rooms will shift dynamics you don't even realize. That's why I'm demanding your boldness now. Not because I need your volume, but because I'm releasing my voice through you. And when I speak, creation bends. Chains snap. Destiny moves. No more apologizing for the glory on your life. No more waiting for permission to carry what I already anointed you to release. This is your season of boldness. Not born from ego, but from intimacy. Not fueled by applause, but by assignment. I didn't just give you breakthrough so you could breathe easier. I gave it to you so you could become the trumpet, the signal to others that freedom is possible. Let your roar rise, child. Let the sound of your story thunder in the corridors of captivity and announce to the earth, I am not who I was. I am who He called. Let boldness be your new language. Let fire be your new walk. You're not coming timid. You're coming torn open and transformed. And nothing will stop the sound you now carry. Here is something you must understand now, beloved, something sacred, something crucial. I did not just come to pull you out. I came to place you in. This journey has never been merely about escape. It has always been about entrance. I wasn't just breaking you free from chains, I was preparing you for crowns. I wasn't only destroying cycles, I was unlocking callings. You are not just being rescued. You are being released. Released into purpose, into presence, into divine positioning so precise that every step you've taken, even the painful ones, has been recalibrated to lead you into the center of what I've always planned. Your deliverance wasn't just directional. It was dimensional. And now, destiny is not walking toward you. It is running. It is overtaking you with the speed of sovereignty. This is why the enemy tried so hard to keep you bound. Because he knew, if you ever stepped into what I placed inside you, the gates of hell would tremble. So he distracted you, delayed you, tried to convince you that deliverance was the destination. But hear me now, freedom is not the finish line. It's the starting gate. And now, the race has begun. Not a race of striving, but a race of supernatural release. Things will start finding you that you never chased. Doors will recognize your spirit before you knock. Destiny will feel less like a pursuit and more like a collision. Because I'm not just leading you forward, I'm calling destiny toward you. The assignments, the alignments, the anointings you thought you had to run after, they're running to meet you. There's a word I want burned into your spirit today: placement. I'm placing you, not where it's comfortable, but where it's critical. I'm planting you like a pillar in places that need what you carry. You're not floating through life anymore. You're being fastened into places of impact, places of overflow, places where your past finally makes sense. The trauma you endured, now it becomes testimony. The delay you resented, now it becomes divine context. The heartbreak that almost made you give up, now it becomes the holy echo that gives your message power. You are being placed on purpose, and when destiny overtakes you, it won't ask for explanation. It will demand expression. You won't have time to second guess. You'll be too busy walking in what you once only dreamed. And child, it's here. Not 10 years from now. Not when you're more qualified. Now, you're stepping into something unstoppable. And the power of this placement is that you're not being sent into it alone. I go before you. I walk beside you. I hem you in behind. Your destiny is not some distant promise. It is a divine reality crashing into your present with thunder and precision. So receive it. Don't just survive the exit. Celebrate the entrance. You are being delivered into the very thing you thought you missed. And this time, nothing will snatch it. Not fear. Not shame. Not delay. I've sealed this season with my breath. Destiny is not just near, it's here. I know what you felt. I saw the ache, the abandonment, the hollow echoes left behind by people who once filled your world with laughter and light, and then vanished. It felt like rejection, didn't it? Like doors slamming shut, like hearts turning cold, like bonds unraveling without explanation. But I need you to hear me now, with all the weight of my eternal wisdom. That wasn't rejection. That was redirection. I wasn't punishing you. I was protecting you. Because the promise I placed in your womb was far too precious to be mishandled by those who weren't built to carry it. There are layers of glory I've wrapped around you that require a level of spiritual integrity not everyone around you possessed. So I did what only a good father would do. I removed what would have ruined you. Yes, I know you cried over it. I know you replayed those conversations, retraced your steps, wondered if you were too much or not enough. But it wasn't about your value. It was about your volume. The value of the call. The weight of the anointing. The magnitude of the destiny. Some people were only assigned to your previous chapter, not because they were evil, but because they were unprepared for the unveiling of who you are becoming. Had I let them stay, they would have contaminated what I was still cultivating. They would have spoken doubt over what I was trying to water. They would have used familiarity to dismantle the foundation I was trying to solidify. So I removed them, not to hurt you, but to harden the walls of your promise until it could stand on its own. Let me explain this another way, child. When a seed is in the soil, there is a season where it is hidden, not because it has no potential, but because it needs protection. If I had let too many hands touch you in that buried season, they might have pulled you out before you had roots. They would have celebrated the surface while neglecting the depth. So yes, I closed doors. I interrupted conversations. I allowed distance where you craved closeness. But now that your roots are strong, your spirit is sturdy, and your discernment has sharpened, you'll see that what I removed was mercy, not malice. What felt like loss was a layer of divine preservation that now clears the way for proper connection. And soon, yes, Very soon, I will surround you with those who don't just tolerate your call, but honor it. People who won't compete with your glory, but will complement it. Voices who won't speak over your promise, but will speak to it. You will feel the difference. There will be no manipulation in their presence, no secret sabotage in their silence. Only support, only alignment, only covenant. The empty spaces left by the ones I removed are not signs of isolation. They are space being prepared for the ones I'm sending. So dry your tears, child. What was subtracted was never meant to stay. And what's coming now will not just fit your future, it will fuel it. I redirected you to protect the promise. And now, that promise is almost ready to rise. Let me whisper something now that your soul already senses but your mind hasn't yet grasped. The atmosphere around you is about to change. Not in theory, not in some vague, symbolic way. I mean tangibly, radically, visibly. You are about to walk into rooms and feel the difference. The heaviness that once greeted you when you woke will begin to lift. The resistance that once made every step feel like a battle will start to melt. The energy around your relationships, your work, your thoughts, all of it is shifting. Because when I decide to move, I don't just tweak circumstances. I transform climates. I don't merely edit the scene. I recreate the stage. You see, my child, you've been surviving in an environment that was never meant to house your next level. The atmosphere was too stale, too heavy with history, too soaked in spiritual residue. And I could not allow you to step into your promise while surrounded by the remnants of your past. So I've started clearing the air. The invisible tension, the unexplained exhaustion, the weariness you couldn't trace to any one cause. That wasn't random. That was evidence of friction between the old realm and the new reality I'm preparing to reveal. Your spirit has already outgrown your surroundings. That's why you felt restless, agitated, even irritable in spaces you once called comfortable. It's not that you've changed for the worse. It's that the atmosphere has expired. Now listen. I'm not just shifting the external environment. I'm overhauling the internal one too. I'm breathing fresh wind into your mindset, clarity into your emotions, and power into your words. Where confusion once cluttered your thoughts, you'll begin to experience divine downloads, sharp, clean, electric with purpose. Where heaviness used to follow you like a shadow, joy will now arrive uninvited and undeniable. I'm not just changing things around you, I'm changing the air within you. Because when you carry my presence correctly, you don't just survive the environment, you transform it. And what I'm activating inside you will begin to affect everything around you. Your steps will carry stability. Your voice will carry vibration. Your very presence will challenge the atmosphere to submit to heaven. So prepare. Prepare not just for outcomes to change, but for everything to feel different. Your house, your workplace, your relationships, even your physical body will start to align with this shift. People will say, something's different about you, and they won't know how to describe it. But you'll know. You'll remember this word. You'll remember that I promised not just results, but a realm. You've crossed over, child. You've been promoted spiritually. And now the environment must catch up. I move atmospheres because I don't want you just blessed. I want you emboldened. I don't want you just surrounded by peace. I want you saturated by it. You've endured a heavy climate, but now you're being called into a heavenly one. And that shift will mark everything you touch from this day forward. I need you to pause and breathe this in. This moment, this message, this miracle that is wrapped in my breath. You are not in pursuit of what's coming. What's coming is in pursuit of you. You've spent so much of your life chasing, striving, reaching, praying until your voice cracked, believing until your heart ached, and I have seen it all. Every attempt to figure it out, every moment of asking, what more can I do? It was never wasted. But now, hear me clearly. This is not the season of pursuit. This is the season of pursuit reversed. My favor has your name written on it in fire. My goodness has locked its gaze on you like a river refusing to divert. And I am telling you with holy certainty, this time, you will not miss it. This time, the blessing will not bypass your regress. There is a divine collision underway. Favor and fulfillment are running toward you at a speed you didn't anticipate. You won't need to manipulate this. You won't have to force what's coming. No networking, no striving, no proving yourself. This next wave will not be earned. It will be revealed. The favor I'm releasing is not based on performance, but on promise. It's the kind that overtakes you in the middle of your ordinary moments. The kind that floods your inbox without warning. The kind that causes people to suddenly remember your name with urgency they can't explain. You'll look up and wonder, why now? And I'll whisper, because you stopped chasing and started trusting. Listen carefully, my favor isn't weak. It doesn't knock softly or tiptoe in. It arrives with weight, with glory, with confirmation so loud, you won't even question it's from me. This favor doesn't just open doors. It breaks them off their hinges. It doesn't just bless your efforts. It supersedes them. This is the favor that interrupts schedules, that bypasses resumes, that overrides systems built to overlook you. I've seen you passed over before. I've seen you overlooked, undervalued, underestimated. And I say, no more. My favor has found you, and when my favor finds you, it doesn't leave quietly. It shifts the narrative. It rewrites what was supposed to happen. And child, you will not have to audition for this next room. You'll be invited. And not just invited, expected. So rest your heart. I'm not asking you to chase what I've already ordained. You were never created to beg for what I designed you to carry. The blessing is on the way. No detour, no distraction, no delay. It's hunting you down with relentless joy. Your obedience in the hidden place has released acceleration in the open. This is not hype. This is harvest. And it's here not because of what you've done perfectly, but because of who I am eternally. My favor will not pass you by. It will not glance at you and choose another. It is locked on you, saturated in mercy, dripping with abundance. The days of chasing are over. Now the blessing comes running. Let me settle something that's lingered in your spirit far too long. You've been carrying silent wounds, not always from enemies, but sometimes from voices that should have affirmed you. You've been second-guessing yourself, not just because others questioned you, but because somewhere along the way, you began to question you. But I, the Lord your God, am doing something now that will silence every voice, external and internal, that has ever told you, you're not enough. The move I'm about to make in your life will not only confound those who counted you out, but it will confront the part of you that started to agree with them. You've walked through seasons where people watched your struggle but never reached out to support you. You've heard them whisper, maybe they're just not called, maybe they missed it, maybe they're overreaching. But I heard every word, and I wept when you internalized their lies, when their opinions seeped into your identity and made you feel unworthy, unqualified, unchosen. I stood by, silent for a time, not because I agreed, but because I was building something bigger than their words could ever dismantle. And now I speak, enough. And I'm more thinking. I'm more echoing their disbelief in your own thoughts. I am about to perform something so undeniable in your life that even your doubt will bow. I'm not just blessing you. I'm vindicating you. I'm not just showing up. I'm shutting down every accusation, every assumption, every false narrative that tried to become your truth. This move won't just elevate you. It will expose the lies that tried to cage you. And child, hear me in this. Even the inner critic that lives in your mind, the one that repeats old failures, the one that plays highlight reels of your shortcomings, even that voice will fall silent. Because my glory is louder. My confirmation is clearer. And when I move, I don't just prove your potential, I prove my promise. I fulfill what no one thought was possible, especially not in you. Especially not now. And yet, now is exactly when I've chosen. So prepare to watch the atmosphere around your name change. The same ones who doubted you will soon speak your name with awe. Not because of you, but because of what I've done through you. And you'll feel a peace you've never known before. A freedom to stand tall without explaining yourself. A divine quiet in your soul where doubt once screamed. Because I'm not just giving you breakthrough. I'm giving you closure. I'm not just making a way. I'm rewriting the narrative. And the story I'm telling now will silence the critics, especially the one that lived in your own reflection. You'll no longer look in the mirror and see the rejected one. You'll see the redeemed, the appointed, the approved, the anointed. Because this move is not just about blessing you. It's about restoring you completely. My beloved, let me silence this lie once and for all. You have not missed it. Not your moment, not your mission, not your miracle. I know the timeline didn't look like what you hoped. I know you've watched others rise while you remained in the shadows. I know you've wondered if your chance slipped through your fingers like sand. But I tell you now with thunder in my voice and tenderness in my hands, you're not late, you're right on time. Your moment hasn't expired, it has matured. And that maturity came through the weight of your yes when nobody saw, through the obedience that cost you friends, through the quiet choices that heaven never overlooked. What I'm about to unfold isn't the result of accident, it's the reward of alignment. You didn't miss your moment. You marinated in it. You let me season it with silence. You let me stretch it with surrender. You let me hide it in the dark until its roots grew deep enough not to be shaken by applause. And now, because you didn't run ahead, because you didn't rush the process, because you stayed when it would have been easier to flee, the moment has come into full bloom. And this isn't a rushed blooming. Is a holy revealing. What I'm doing in your life now will carry weight, not just wonder. Subsidiary service. You will not have to hustle to hold this next level. It will rest on you like a robe, like a crown forged in fire and cooled in tears. The enemy tried to make you think it was over, that the delay was your death sentence. But I was never denying you. I was developing you. I was stretching your capacity so that when this moment arrived, you wouldn't shrink back from it. Now you are ready to steward what once would have crushed you. Now you have discernment that can separate opportunity from distraction. Now your spirit knows how to carry glory without craving validation. This isn't just your moment. This is your mantle. And the weight wasn't a waste. It was warfare. It was worship. It was wonder in disguise. You were being aged in the barrel of obedience, and now the pour is potent. Now the oil flows freely. So lift your head. Stop rehearsing regret. Your moment hasn't passed you. It has pursued you. It didn't leave you behind. It waited for you to become. And now, every step forward is not a gamble. It's a guarantee. You're stepping into something tailored, fitted, refined by fire, sealed by heaven. Your moment has matured, and the maturity of this moment means you won't fumble it. You'll flourish in it. And when you look back, you will see it clearly. What you thought was missed was simply mastered in time. You thought no one saw. You thought the sobs that shook your shoulders in the midnight hours went unnoticed. But I, your God, sat with you in the silence. I counted every tear as worship. Every sigh became a sacred offering. Every groan was heard in the throne room like thunder. You didn't realize it then, but every time you broke open in my presence, you were building something, an altar. An altar made not of stone, but of surrender. Not of gold, but of reeve. You laid your sorrow down, and now that altar has drawn heaven's gaze. And I'm here to tell you, the fire has fallen. The sacrifice was accepted, and what you birthed in private pain is about to bloom in public power. There were seasons you prayed and nothing moved. Days when you pleaded and the heavens seemed sealed. But I was listening, even in the silence. I was working, even in the stillness. I wasn't punishing you. I was preparing the stage of unveiling. Because I don't waste tears. I don't overlook weeping. I model it. I archive it. And then, I answer it. And my answer is never small. It never trickles. When I respond, I do it with clarity, with certainty, and with celebration. This bloom that's coming, it's not subtle. It's not quiet. It's going to be the kind that makes people ask, where did this come from? And you'll simply smile and say, I built this with tears. Because while they saw you fading, I saw you founding. You were birthing destiny in a delivery room of solitude. Let me speak directly to your pain. It wasn't for nothing. Every betrayal carved room for intimacy with me. Every disappointment trained your spirit to listen for my whispers. Every lonely night was an invitation into my arms. You didn't just survive the heartbreak, you harvested something from it. You didn't just endure the pressure, you extracted oil. And that oil is what I'm now ready to pour publicly. You thought you were just hanging on, but I was watching a holy harvest forming in your hands. You thought the delay was divine silence, but I was letting the flower form under the soil of your faith. And now, the bloom is ready. The roots are deep. The petals are wide. The fragrance is unmistakable. You are about to see public reward for your private reverence. And child, it will be undeniable. Even those who doubted you will witness it. Even the ones who walked away will see it. But this bloom isn't about revenge. It's about revelation. It's about showing the world what I can do through a heart that doesn't give up. Through one who stays even when shattered. Through one who worships while weeping. So prepare yourself. What you thought would remain hidden is about to be highlighted by heaven. And it will not be to exalt you, but to glorify me through you. The tears built the altar. But now, it is the bloom that will speak, and it will say, God was here all along. You thought I forgot, didn't you? When the days dragged on, and the silence stretched further than your strength, when answers felt distant, and prayers felt like echoes returning unanswered, you began to wonder if I still remembered the promises I whispered in the beginning. I saw it, that hidden an ache behind your worship, the flicker of hope fighting the weight of disappointment. But child, hear me now with trembling tenderness and divine thunder. You were never forgotten. Not for a second. Not for a breath. My eyes never left you. My hands never let go. You were not being ignored, you were being ignited. Not bypassed but built. Not delayed for punishment but for preparation. Because what I've placed inside you required fire. And the fire of delay was never meant to destroy you, it was meant to define you. You see, when gold is refined, it's not left in the flames because it's forgotten. It's left until the refiner can see his reflection. And oh, how I've watched my reflection take shape in you. You endured what others walked away from. You stayed when it would have been easier to give up. You kept trusting, kept leaning, even when your arms were tired of holding hope. You let me strip away the counterfeit. You let me peel back the illusions. And yes, you hurt. Yes, it cost you more than you expected. But now, child, now the fire has finished its work. And I'm not just pulling you out of this furnace. I'm pulling you out enriched with substance, with strategy, with strength that cannot be stolen. What I'm bringing you into now isn't a cheap consolation prize for what you lost. It's a custom inheritance, tailored by time, refined by trial, and saturated in truth. Because you didn't break under the weight, I'm releasing the weight of glory. Because you didn't curse the fire, I'm clothing you with favor that lasts. And hear me, you're not coming out empty-handed. You're coming out with evidence. Evidence that proves I never abandoned you. That proves waiting isn't wasted. That proves obedience under pressure produces a reward that cannot be measured in human terms. This isn't about catching up. It's about coming forth as gold, tested, tempered, transformed. And soon, very soon, those who only saw your struggle will witness your shine. But this shine won't be vanity. It will be victory. The kind that carries humility. The kind that shifts rooms. The kind that speaks of a God who forms his children in fire, not because he's cruel, but because he's covenantal. You are not forgotten, child. You were being formed. And now, it's time. The forming has finished. The fire has passed. And what emerges now will make sense of every second you thought I was silent. I was never silent. I was shaping you for something sacred. And now, you rise, enriched. Yes, the storm refined you, and now the glory is landing. But pause, my child, because this is where you respond not just in feeling but in faith-fueled action. I've poured into you, but now I'm asking you to pour back, not because I need it, but because someone else's deliverance is tied to your obedience. When you give, through the super thanks button, through membership, or the link below, you are sowing oil into someone else's famine. I, the Lord of the harvest, declare, those who sow generously will reap generously. 2 Corinthians 9:6. Don't wait for convenience. Move with the angels. Light travels faster when fire is fed. This is your moment to partner with me. Release the seed now. Lean in. There is something moving in the unseen, something so divine, so precise, that if I showed it to you all at once, it would overwhelm your senses. But hear me now. Your name has been spoken. In boardrooms, in prayer circles, in prophetic dreams, your name, your purpose, your potential have been divinely circulated through the wind of my spirit. You didn't push your way into those places. You didn't have to market yourself to be noticed. I did it. I whispered your name where you could not go. I opened conversations about you when you weren't in the room. Because favor does not need an introduction. It carries its own announcement. And your announcement is underway. You've been faithful in obscurity. You didn't post every moment of obedience for applause. You didn't build your life around being seen. You built it around being surrendered. And I saw it. Heaven saw it. And now I'm honoring it. Not with mere attention, but with appointments. Divine appointments that cannot be faked, finessed, or forced. These are not random opportunities. These are orchestrated moments, bathed in timing, dripping with destiny. And when they arrive, they will not feel like surprise. They will feel like recognition. Because your spirit has been waiting for this. Owing for this. Not just for what it brings, but for what it means. That I kept my word. That I reward the ones who seek me in secret. That I elevate those who kneel when no one is watching. Listen, these appointments won't come dressed in ego. They will come clothed in purpose. Don't measure them by size. Measure them by significance. A lunch meeting that shifts your future. The unexpected email that answers a hidden prayer. The invitation that feels too big for your current resources but exactly right for your calling. These will not be coincidences. These will be confirmations. And you will know it, deep in your bones, that this wasn't about connections or charisma. It was about covenant. My covenant with you. My commitment to fulfill what I offer. My faithfulness to reward yours. So walk boldly now. Your name has weight in heaven. Your name has been carried by angels to places your feet haven't touched yet. And when those divine appointments arrive, and they will, walk through those doors with humility, with gratitude, and with confidence. Not arrogance, not striving, but certainty. Certainty that you are not intruding, you are invited. Not crashing but call. I have gone before you, cleared the way, and set the table. The seat has always had your name on it. And now, it's time. The appointments are unfolding. The divine mentions are manifesting. And your yes has now become a summons for destiny to find you. I want to talk to you about this storm. Yes, that one. The one that stole your sleep. The one that had you questioning your own strength. The one that made you whisper, God, are you even with me? You thought the chaos came to destroy you. You assumed the winds were sent to scatter you, the waves to drown you, the silence to punish you. But oh, how I need you to see now what you couldn't see then. I allowed the storm, not to harm you, but to hide you. I wrapped you in wind to confuse the enemy. I let the waves rise to cleanse the path ahead. I hushed heaven's response for a season so that your roots would reach for me. Not the crowd, not the comfort, not the control, but me alone. What threatened your peace, child, was actually shielding your purpose. I knew that if you only experienced calm, you'd confuse comfort with calling. But I needed you to know the depth of my presence, even when the boat rocked. I needed you to see me not just as your God in the light, but your anchor in the dark. And yes, I could have stopped the storm sooner. But then, you would have missed the miracle of becoming. You would have missed the transformation that can only be forged in the fury. Because there's something about storms that surface what was buried. The fears you didn't know you still held. The lies you thought you were free from. The idols you quietly clung to. And once surfaced, I sanctified. I didn't waste a wave. I used every drop of disruption to deliver you. Do you understand, my child? The very wind that made you tremble was the same wind I used to shift your direction. The clouds that darkened your path were the covering I used to protect you from being seen too soon. Because if the promise had come before the purification, it would have crushed you. If the platform had arrived before the preparation, pride would have devoured you. I had to use the storm, not because I'm cruel, but because I'm covenantal. And now, look, you are stronger. Not because you avoided pain, but because you encountered me in it. The storm didn't break you. It broke things off you. And that's why it was blessed. So now, when the sky clears, and it will, don't just celebrate survival. Celebrate the shift. You are not who you were before the rain. You've walked through a storm that has left you refined, recalibrated, and rooted in a way comfort never could. And you will soon see that what you thought was a setback was actually a sacred setup. The enemy intended for ruin, I redirected for it. The storm wasn't your burial, it was your baptism. And now, you don't just carry peace, you are peace. Because you know where it comes from. And the world will look at you and wonder, how are they still standing? And your answer will be simple and holy, because the storm that tried to break me only brought me closer to the one who held me. Let me speak to that part of you that got used to scraping by, that part that calls lack normal, that part that has settled for surviving because it's all you've ever known. I see it. You've learned how to stretch joy over empty days. You've learned how to keep smiling when your soul is threadbare. You've made peace with barely enough. But I didn't create you for barely. I didn't anoint you to just make it. You are not merely a survivor, you are a ruler. You were fashioned not to live under the weight of struggle, but to carry the crown of overflow. And now, the time has come for you to transition, not emotionally, not symbolically, but actually. You are shifting out of survival and into sovereignty. The enemy wanted to trap you in a loop of limitation, to make you believe that just because you started in famine, you were destined to finish in it. But I've broken that agreement. I've shattered that cycle. You were not created to manage scarcity, you were created to multiply abundance. And what I'm releasing now is more than just provision, it's position. I'm placing you where overflow will not only meet your needs, but fund your calling. I'm aligning you with ideas, opportunities, and resources that have been held in reserve, waiting for this version of you to arise. A version that believes, that trusts, that no longer apologizes for the blessing I've prepared. Yes, you know survival, but now you're about to learn saturation. Saturation in peace that doesn't fade after one good day. Saturation in joy that doesn't require pretending. Saturation in resources that flow to you, not away from you. Because you've proven you can steward little. You've proven you won't curse me in the valley. And now, I will trust you with overflow. Not because you demanded it, but because you were developed for it. There's a shift coming, and it won't just feel like more. It will feel like permission. Permission to dream again. To rest again. To plan again without fear that lack is lurking. I'm not blessing you to impress you, I'm blessing you to launch you. So rise, my child. Step into this new rhythm without apology. You don't owe anyone an explanation for the favor I'm flooding your life with. This overflow is not for show. It's for assignment. There are things I need you to build. People I need you to reach. Generations I need you to influence. And you can do that from a place of depletion. Though no more so. And we're surviving. You are stepping into the season of reigning. Not in arrogance. Not in excess. But in abundance with purpose. Your days of scraping are over. Your year of overflow has begun. And nothing will stop what I'm releasing now. I've watched you wrestle. I've seen you pushing and pulling, striving and stretching, exhausting yourself to open doors that seemed locked tight. I saw the late nights where your prayers sounded more like pleading than peace. I saw you trying to position yourself, trying to be in the right room, the right circle, the right opportunity, all because you believed if you didn't make it happen, it wouldn't. But listen to me now, with the weight of heaven behind every word. You don't have to force what I've already favored. You don't have to bang on doors that I've already marked open. This next move, this divine unlocking, will not come by your grind. It will come by your grace-filled surrender. Striving was never your assignment. Yes, there is a place for diligence, a place for effort, a place for discipline. But what I'm ushering you into now requires a shift, a release, a breath. This next door won't be opened by manipulation, strategy, or performance. It will be opened by faith that rests, by surrender that trusts my timing more than your plans. I've already written the coordinates for this door into the blueprint of your life. It doesn't need to be put, it needs to be aligned with. And child, you are closer than you know. The pressure you felt lately, that wasn't a sign to push harder, it was a signal to let go deeper. Because I am not asking you to force favor, I'm asking you to follow it. And here is the beautiful secret. When you stop forcing, you start flowing. When you release your grip, you finally make room for mine. I know that letting go feels risky, especially when control has been your safety net. But what I'm about to do in your life will prove that surrender is not weakness. It's weapons-grade faith. The kind of faith that moves heaven without moving a muscle. The kind of faith that makes walls fall, that makes the impossible bow, that makes the door you've been praying for not just creak open, but swing wide in your direction. And not because you forced it, but because I favored it. So rest now. You warred long enough. The sweat of striving is not required in this next phase. You are not chasing the door. The door is coming to meet you. Because you carry the key already. It's called surrender. And when I see a surrendered heart, I see a vessel I can flood. Get ready, child. What's next will not be the fruit of force. It will be the overflow of favor. And it's closer than you think. Beloved, listen closely. Your alignment hath been noticed in heaven. Every obedient choice, every surrendered no, every quiet yes to me when no one else understood. It has built something. A runway, a landing strip, a cleared path for my glory to descend. You didn't even realize it, but while others were building platforms, you were building altars. While some chased visibility, you chose integrity. And now, because you have aligned yourself with my heartbeat, I am releasing something that will not just visit, it will rest. Something weighty, tangible, holy. My glory is coming, not as a whisper, but as a wave. You see, my glory doesn't rest everywhere. It seeks out the broken, the yielded, the aligned. Not the perfect, but the postured. And your posture has been that of one who said, even if no one sees me, I still choose him. That's why the weight of what's coming will feel heavy, not in burden, but in power. It's the kind of glory that doesn't just make people feel good, it makes chains shatter. It heals what counseling couldn't touch. It reconciles what logic couldn't repair. It ignites destinies that looked like they were done. And this glory, my glory, is about to fall on you in a way that cannot be hidden. You won't have to announce it. It will announce you. And child, it's coming quickly. I'm not moving slow in this season. I'm moving with urgency, with acceleration. Here's a divine suddenly on its way. And when it lands, it won't trickle. It will flood. Your dreams, your house, your relationships, your influence, all of it will be touched by this release. And it won't just change your life. It will mark generations. Your children, your legacy, the ones watching from a distance, they will know God came here. They will say something happened in their life, and nothing was ever the same again. This isn't revival for others. This is personal outpouring. This is your visitation, your saturation. So stay aligned. Keep your altar clean. Keep your spirit expectant. Because I'm coming. Not lightly, not randomly, but intentionally. My glory is targeting you. Because you made room. You cleared the way. And now, Heaven is responding. This isn't a drizzle. It's a downpour. And when it comes, everything will shift. Not gradually, gloriously. My weight is coming. And you, my child, are ready to carry it. My child, come close, closer than you've ever come, because what I'm about to say will touch the most sensitive parts of your soul. I saw the fire. I saw what it consumed. The relationships reduced to rubble. The dreams you buried beneath silent grief. The identity that was stripped away, layer by painful layer, until you no longer recognized yourself in the mirror. You stood there in the smoke, stunned and heartbroken, wondering how everything you built could be gone in an instant. But let me reveal what you couldn't see through the tears. I was not just watching the fire, I was in it. And not to destroy you, but to deliver you. Because what was taken was never meant to last. But what remains now, the ashes, are sacred to me. Yes, the ashes. The residue of what once was. The evidence of what you thought was permanent, now gone. You've looked at those ashes with shame, with regret, with questions like, did I fail? Did I mishear you? But I say to you, no. You didn't fail. You didn't miss me. You didn't lose your way. What you lost was what couldn't go with you. What burned was what I never wanted you to carry into your next. And now, here you are, holding ashes in one hand, and in the other, a whisper from me. I'm about to turn this into beauty. But I need you to understand something crucial. The ashes themselves are part of the offering. They're not waste. They worship. Because it means you stayed when the fire raged. It means you trusted me enough to let go, even when letting go looked like failure. You see, in the natural, ashes represent what is finished. But in the spirit, ashes are fertile. They represent what has been purified by fire. And I'm telling you now, the very ashes you mourn over are about to become the soil of something glorious. I'm not giving you back what burned. I'm giving you something better. Something custom designed from heaven, not built by man. A new dream, a higher purpose, a refined identity, and all of it is springing up from the very place of loss. Your restoration will not come from somewhere else. It will rise from the ruins. Because I don't relocate you after devastation. I resurrect you within it. That's how my glory works. That's how I write stories. So do not despise the ashes. Don't sweep them away like shame. Gather them like holy treasure. Present them to me like incense. Saying, Lord, this is what's left, and watch what I do with what's left. Watch how I breathe on the fragments and form something eternal. You are not behind. You are being rebuilt. You are not cursed. You are being crowned. And you are about to see the fulfillment of this ancient promise. Beauty for ashes. Not because you earned it, but because you gave me what remained when everything else was gone. And that offering, that surrender, has touched heaven. Now watch it bloom. My beloved, it's time. You've lingered long enough in spaces that once sustained you, but now silently suffocate you. Places that once felt like refuge, but now feel too small for the magnitude of who you are becoming. I've watched you shrink yourself to keep peace. I've seen you stay quiet to avoid conflict. I've heard the conversations you have with yourself at night. Maybe I'm asking too much. Maybe I should just be content with this. But child, hear me now with the authority that shakes kingdoms. This is not your resting place. This is not your final tent. This is not where the story ends. I'm calling you out. Out of comfort. Out of convenience. Out of the cycles you've called stability but were actually stagnation. Because what I've placed inside you requires space to stretch. The truth is, the environment around you has been tolerating you, but it hasn't been celebrating you. You've had to fight to be understood, to be seen, to be heard. And in the process, you've started to believe the lie that maybe your call is too much. But I never called you to be palatable. I called you to be prophetic. I never asked you to fit in. I asked you to transform. And that transformation cannot happen if you remain chained to the familiar. I'm not being cruel by asking you to leave. I'm being covenantal. Because I will never let you settle in a place that can't handle the weight of your next. You see, exits are not endings. They are elevations in disguise. When I called Abraham, I said, leave your country, your people, and your father's household, to a land I will show you. I didn't even give him a map, just a mandate. And right now, that's what I'm giving you. A mandate to move, not recklessly, not in fear, but in faith. Faith that what I'm calling you to is not just different, it's divine. Faith that the unfamiliar isn't dangerous, it's destined. Faith that what feels like loss now will soon be seen as launching. And child, I won't let you miss this. I won't let you stay planted in soil that no longer feeds you. Because your promise is not found in the familiar, it's waiting for you in the unknown. So yes, there may be fear, but let it be holy fear. Fear that keeps you dependent on me, not trapped by your past. I am leading you out so I can lead you in, into deeper purpose, into divine connections, into territory that was reserved with your name on it. And when you get there, when you step into what I've prepared, you will say, now I understand the exit. Now I see the reason for the release. Because this is not just a change of location. This is a recalibration of identity. You are not who you were when you entered that old space. And now, you are ready for what's next. So come. Follow me. Leave what's merely familiar, and enter what's sacred. You remember the seeds you sowed when you had almost nothing left. The quiet decisions, the whispered prayers, the moments when giving cost you more than anyone knew. I saw it all. When you poured out your time, your tears, your trust, even when there was no applause, no affirmation, no visible reward. Heaven kept record. You were sowing in soil that felt dry. You were giving when you barely had enough. You were serving when your soul was sore. And all the while you wondered, will anything ever come of this? And now I answer, yes. Absolutely yes. The harvest did not forget you. The rain did not bypass you. I was waiting for the appointed time. And that time is now. You've carried quiet faithfulness like a hidden torch. You've sown in obscurity, believing in a future you couldn't yet see. And even when your hands got tired and your heart questioned the point of it all, you didn't stop sowing. That's what moved me. Not your perfection, but your persistence. And child, I don't let faith like that go unnoticed. I am the Lord of the harvest, and I am commanding the rain. Not drizzle, not delay, not distant promises. Rain that soaks the ground. Rain that revives what looked dead. Rain that brings to life what seemed forgotten. You are not just about to see the harvest, you're about to walk in it. But let me warn you, child, in love, this harvest will stretch you. It's not just blessing, it's responsibility. It will demand space in your schedule, strength in your spirit, and clarity in your focus. Because this is not a cute, casual harvest. This is a calling being fulfilled. What's been forming underground is now pushing its way into visibility. And it will require a version of you that is fully engaged, fully awake, and fully dependent on me. You won't be able to coast through this season, but neither will you have to strive. This is a time of supernatural alignment, where what once felt far is suddenly at your fingertips. So open your hands. Lift your eyes. The harvest you thought you lost is coming home, and it's bigger than you remember. Let me be clear. This is not just restoration. It is divine multiplication. I'm giving back more than what was sown. Because you didn't just give to get. You gave out of love, out of covenant, out of raw obedience. And now, I'm responding not just with enough, but with overflow. It's your time. The rain has started. And what you sowed in weeping, you will reap in joy. Don't be surprised when it happens fast. Don't apologize when it comes heavy. Don't question whether you're worthy. This harvest is not a reward for your performance. It's a response to your posture. And heaven has said, it's time. Come closer now, child. I want to speak to the parts of you that still sting. The memories that come uninvited. The grief that sneaks into your lungs like a silent breath. You've done so well to keep moving, to press forward, to stay hopeful. But I know how certain moments still ache like fresh wounds. You've carried silent pain with holy dignity, but you've also wondered, will this always follow me? Will this always be part of my story? And today I answer you with the power of eternity in my tone. No, it will not define you. It will not disqualify you. It will not distort your destiny. Instead, hear me, it will become your platform. Yes, I said platform. Because what once hurt you will soon help others. What once silenced you will now speak volumes. What once felt like the end will now become the beginning of breakthrough for someone else. I have taken what was meant to bury you, and I've turned it into building material. You thought you were just surviving trauma, but I was training you in empathy. You thought you were just trying to breathe, but I was enlarging your capacity to carry glory. Nothing, absolutely nothing, was wasted. Every tear, every loss, every heartbreak has been gathered into my hands. And now, I'm shaping it into a testimony that will thunder in the earth. Listen to me. I don't minimize your pain. I sanctify it. I don't erase your scars. I make them speak. Your story will not be marked by despair, but by divine reversal. You will stand before others, and the very places where you bled will now release healing. And you will know it's me, because the transformation will be too miraculous to explain. You'll look back at the events that once crushed you, and instead of weeping, you'll say, "This is where God rebuilt me. This is where He birthed something holy." You won't have to hide the pain anymore. You'll redeem it by walking in your calling with boldness that says, "I've been through fire, and the fire formed me. And this platform I'm building from your pain, it won't be made of pride or perfection. It will be rooted in compassion, in authenticity, in power that doesn't shout, but shakes rooms because it comes from the deep well of lived experience." You won't need to impress. You'll simply show up, carrying presence, wisdom, and healing in every word you speak. And the same thing that once almost broke you will become your greatest anointing. Because I do not waste pain. I weave it into power, into purpose, into platforms you never imagined you'd stand on. And when it happens, when they hand you the mic, when they call your name, when they ask how you got here, you look up, smile softly, and say, "It was all God." Every part of it. Even the pain. You've always known there was something different about you. Even when you tried to blend in, you couldn't. Even when you tried to quiet the pull on your life, it persisted. It chased you in the quiet moments. It whispered through every closed door, every heartbreak, every divine delay. You weren't just called to exist. You were marked to move heaven on earth. And now, the moment has come. I'm not just affirming you. I'm sending you. Not empty-handed, not half-formed, but fully commissioned, anointed, backed by heaven, sealed with authority. You are no longer just preparing for the promise. You are becoming the promise for others. This isn't about hype. This is about heaven's orders. You're not stepping forward because you feel ready. You're stepping forward because I've said it's time. I've already assigned angels to go ahead of you. I've already cleared spiritual terrain. What you think you're about to walk into, I've already walked through. And I'm not sending you into uncertainty. I'm sending you into a harvest that's been prepared for your hands. You carry answers in your voice. You carry deliverance in your story. You carry the atmosphere of heaven in your steps. And child, the world is hungry for what you carry. This isn't just about your breakthrough. This is about what your breakthrough will birth in others. You've been trained in the trenches. You've been crushed in places no one applauded. But I have watched it all, and I say to you now, rise, my commissioned one. You are not going alone. My spirit goes before you. Angels are being dispatched even now, to open gates, to silence resistance, to arrange divine meetings that will mark destinies. You will step into rooms that others said were out of reach, not because of charisma, but because of covenant. You will speak, and hearts will soften. You will pray, and atmospheres will shift. You will stand, and darkness will flee. Because you are not just carrying faith, you are carrying fire. And know this, there will be moments ahead where you will feel the weight of this calling. You may question again, am I really the one? And in those moments, remember this. I chose you knowing every flaw. I called you knowing every weakness. I commissioned you not because you're perfect, but because you're willing. And that willingness has made you a conduit of heaven. Now go. Go with confidence. Go with fire. Go with joy. The angels are already moving. The path is already prepared. And what's ahead of you is greater than you've dared to imagine. You are not just chosen. You are sent. You are not just chosen. You are commissioned. And with that commissioning comes a divine opportunity to advance my word, to fund the fire, to carry what you've received into places you may never see, but heaven will. Right now, I am calling for kingdom builders, those who will stand not just as hearers, but as senders. When you give, through super thanks, membership, or the PayPal link in the description, you are fueling angelic assignment, expanding the reach of my voice through this message. I said in Malachi 3:10, bring the whole tithe and see if I will not open the floodgates of heaven. This is one of those moments, a divine crossroads. The angel has moved. Now I'm calling you to move. Sow into glory. Give into prophecy. And do it now, because I am watching, and I will multiply it. Before you scroll away, pause, because this is holy ground. If your spirit knows this word was for you, respond with your mouth as a sign of agreement. I want you to comment right now, my angel is already moving, and I will not miss what God is doing. Say it boldly. Declare it prophetically. This isn't just interaction, it's activation. Every time you speak it, you're stepping deeper into alignment with what I've already set in motion. The angel assigned to your promise is not waiting. They're already moving. Now you move with them, in faith, in boldness, in full expectation. And as you declare it, my child, come closer. Let the noise of your world fade away for a moment. I want you to feel my presence drawing near, quieting the storm of thoughts within you. Breathe. Just breathe and listen to my voice. We need to talk about the sound of your prayer, because I know you have been wondering if I truly hear you. You have felt that knot in your stomach, that ache of uncertainty that asks, are my words just echoing in an empty room? They get lost on the way to heaven. You have whispered please in the dead of night and cried out in the middle of a busy day, and a part of you fears it is all for nothing. Let me tell you a truth that is more real than the ground beneath your feet. The moment a prayer leaves your heart, it does not struggle to reach me. It arrives instantly. That quiet, desperate plea you whispered last night, the one you felt was too weak, too small to matter. Here, in my courts, it was not a whisper. It was an anthem. Your voice, my beloved, has a sound that my heart is tuned to, and it rises above the chorus of angels and the turning of galaxies. When you speak, all of heaven listens, because it is the voice of my child. There is no prayer you have prayed that I have not heard. There is no tear you have shed that I have not seen. You think they fall to the ground and are forgotten, but I have collected every single one. They are not signs of your weakness. They are a testament to your journey, precious to me, and I have recorded the reason for each one. The unspoken tension in your family that makes your heart ache, the pressure at your job that makes you feel overlooked and small, the fear of the future that keeps you awake at night. I know it all. Long before your lips can even form the words, I hear the deepest cry of your heart. You do not have to find the perfect language for me. I understand the language of your soul perfectly. You look out at the darkness and feel the weight of the long night, believing you are fighting your battles alone. But I do not slumber. My watch over you is constant and eternal. While you have been wrestling with your fears, I have been standing guard. I have been your shield when you did not even know you were under attack. I have been holding back forces of darkness that you will never have to face, all while you slept. And what about your faith? I see you look at it and judge it. You think it is too small, a fragile flame that is no match for the winds of your circumstance. Oh, my precious one, you misunderstand the power you carry. That tiny flicker of trust you offer me, that simple choice to believe in me for one more second, it has the force to move the heavens on your behalf. It is enough. It has always been enough. So listen to me now. Hear this and let it settle deep within your spirit, silencing every lie that says I am distant. The process of your deliverance did not begin yesterday, or the moment you felt you finally prayed the right prayer. It began the very first time your heart broke open and cried out to me in this trial. At the sound of that first honest cry, your angel was dispatched. The wheels of your redemption were set in motion. Your victory was not a possibility. It became a certainty. The path is being cleared, my child. Your angel is already moving. Please, open now and believe it. You have been looking at your situation with your physical eyes, my child, and you see only the mountain, still standing. You feel the silence in the air, and you have mistaken it for my absence, for my inaction. You cry out, Lord, nothing is changing. But your senses are only telling you part of the story. The most critical work is happening in the places you cannot see. The angel I have assigned to you is not idle, waiting for command. He has been moving on your behalf since the moment you first prayed. This is no gentle, passive being. This is a warrior of light, a mighty force of my will, and he has been waging war for you in the spiritual realms. He has been clearing your path, dismantling roadblocks of the enemy before your feet ever had to tread near them. You must begin to recognize my hand in what you have called coincidence or good luck. Remember that unexpected phone call that changed your day. That was not a coincidence. That was an angelic whisper in another's ear. Remember that sudden delay that made you late, and you were filled with frustration. You saw a problem. I saw a divine interception, a sovereign move to protect you from a danger or a conversation that would have stolen your hope. That opportunity you desperately wanted, the one that the door slammed shut on. That was my protection, not my rejection. I saw the hidden sorrow it would carry, the compromise it would demand of you later. Your disappointment lasted a day. The pain it would have caused could have lasted years. Do you see? What you have often perceived as a setback or a closed door was my loving hand repositioning you, guiding you away from harm and toward the greater blessing I have prepared. The enemy, the accuser of your soul, has laid traps for you. He speaks lies into the quiet moments, telling you that you are forgotten, that your past mistakes disqualify you, that this problem will surely be the end of you. He works to build prisons of anxiety and fear around your mind. But while he is plotting, my legions are moving. Every spiritual assignment he launches against you is being identified and disarmed by my power. Every lie he whispers is being countered by the truth of my word that I am speaking to you now. I am turning the tables on his plans. The very things he meant for your harm, I am transforming into stepping stones for your victory. That feeling of being overlooked at your job, which he wanted to use to fill you with bitterness, I am using it to build in you a humility and a dependence on me that will be the foundation for your promotion. The tension in your family, which he hoped would tear you all apart, I am using it to expose the areas that need my healing light, drawing you all closer in the end. So when the air feels still and silent, train your spirit to hear differently. Do not hear absence. Hear the sound of my kingdom at work for you. Hear the clang of spiritual swords forging a new path. Hear the crumbling of enemy strongholds that were built against you. The silence is not empty, my beloved. It is full of my activity. You are not waiting for the battle to begin. You are standing in the midst of a battle that is already being won for you. Now that you know I am at work, I must ask something crucial of you. I need you to open your eyes. No, not just the ones you see your reflection with each morning. I am calling you to open the eyes of your heart, the eyes of your spirit, for they can see a reality that is more true than what is right in front of you. You cannot receive what you are unable to perceive. Imagine I have sent a gift to your doorstep, but you keep your curtains drawn and your eyes fixed on the emptiness inside your house. You will never know the gift is there. My angel is moving right now, carrying blessings, solutions, and divine strategies for you. But if your focus remains locked on the size and shape of your problem, you will completely miss the provision I am bringing. It is an act of faith to look away from the intimidating giant in front of you and to look toward me. Your physical eyes are reporting the facts. The bill is still due. The doctor's report is unchanged. The relationship is still broken. Those facts scream limitation and defeat. But your spiritual eyes, when you open them, see my truth. And my truth declares that I am your provider, I am your healer. I am the one who restores. Your physical sight shows you the storm, but your spiritual sight will show you me, walking on the water, reaching out my hand to you. You must choose which report you will believe. Opening your spiritual eyes is not a passive wish. It is an act of spiritual warfare. It is your official declaration of faith. Fear thrives in the dark. It loves the shadows where it can whisper terrifying stories about your future, magnifying every possible negative outcome. But the moment you choose to open your eyes to my light, to the truth of my presence and my promises, those fears are exposed for what they are, powerless liars. They are phantoms that cannot stand the brightness of my truth. Every time you consciously decide to look for evidence of my handiwork instead of focusing on your trouble, you are pushing back the darkness. You are telling your soul, your circumstances, and every force of the enemy, I will not be moved by what I see. My God is at work, and I expect Him to move. To help you, I am giving you a fresh measure of the gift of discernment. This is your spiritual tool to separate the world's facts from heaven's eternal truth. A thought of panic enters your mind. Use your discernment. Is this from me, the God of peace? Or is it a lie from the enemy, designed to steal your peace? A person gives you discouraging advice. Use your discernment. Is this wisdom from my spirit, or is it fear speaking through them? You must be an active participant. Look beyond your circumstances, my child. I am asking you to see my handiwork. It is there. Not afraid. Expecting. Your spiritual sight will show you my solution. Open your eyes. Seeing that I am at work is the first step, my child, but now we must speak about your heart. It is the place where blessings must land and take root. The gifts my angel carries, the peace I long to give you, the direction you so desperately seek, they cannot be forced upon you. They must be willingly received, and they cannot enter a heart that has been locked and bolted from the inside. Think of your heart as a home. I am standing at the door, knocking, just as I have promised. But you have barred the entrance, thinking you are keeping yourself safe. Let us name those bolts, you and I. There is a bolt of past hurt, slid firmly in place after someone you trusted deeply betrayed you. There is a bolt of disappointment, hammered in when you felt your best efforts went unnoticed and unappreciated. There is a heavy bolt of fear, the fear of being vulnerable, of getting your hopes up only to be let down again. Each of these locks was put there for what you believed was self-preservation, but in reality, they are not keeping pain out. They are keeping my healing, my love, and my blessings out. My angel is waiting patiently to enter, carrying comfort for your sorrow and peace for your anxious mind. But he cannot and will not break down the door. The honor of your will is sacred to me. You must be the one to unlock it. And the key, my precious one, is trust. I am asking you today to trust me enough to slide back those bolts. Trust me with your wounds. Trust that my love is a safe place, that my hands will be gentle with your broken pieces. Your mind, trained by past pain, will scream at you to keep the walls up, to stay protected. But your spirit hears my voice, and it knows I am your true safety. I know you are asking me for new things, a breakthrough in your finances, a healing in your body, and I yearn to give them to you. But a broken vessel cannot hold new wine. It will spill out and be wasted. Before I can pour in the new, I must be allowed to mend the old. You must allow my love to flow into those hidden, wounded chambers of your heart and wash them clean. I need to heal the pain you have stopped talking about but that still aches in the quiet moments. This is not a test or a punishment. It is a loving preparation. A heart that has been made whole by my touch is a vessel I can fill to overflowing with my purpose and my promises. So right now, in this moment, I am inviting you to do something incredibly brave. It requires no great strength, only a small, willing movement of your heart. Place your hand over your chest. Feel its steady beat. That is the rhythm of the life I gave you. And now, whisper to your own soul, it is safe to open. I give him permission. That is the sound of the key turning in the lock. That is all it takes. Let me in, my child. Let my love come in and make your heart a home for my peace. I hear the question that circles in your soul, the one that grows louder with each passing day. My God, why is it taking so long? You look at the calendar. You measure the time in weeks, months, even years, and a quiet panic begins to rise in your spirit. You have come to believe the lie that my silence means I have forgotten, that my timing is a delay. We must dismantle this fallacy right now, my child, for it is stealing the joy and strength you need for this part of the journey. What you are calling a delay, I call divine preparation. Let me be clear, my timing is never slack, never late. It is always, and in all things, perfect. The movement of my angel on your behalf is not a single, isolated event. It is a mission that is perfectly synchronized with 1,000 other moving pieces in a cosmic strategy you cannot yet see. While you feel you are just waiting, I am actively working. I am arranging people who will be instrumental in your breakthrough. I am speaking to hearts, softening them to be receptive to you when the moment is right. I am moving resources from one place to another, positioning them for your use. I am aligning circumstances in the heavens and on the earth so that when your answer arrives, it is not only complete but it is also lasting and secure. There are also times when what you feel is a frustrating delay is actually my hand of profound protection over you. You do not see the whole picture, but I do. If I had answered your prayer when you first asked, the blessing might have come prematurely, and it would have harmed you. If I had given you that promotion a year ago, you were not yet equipped with the character to handle the authority, and it would have led to your downfall. If I had brought that relationship into your life when you begged for it, your unhealed wounds would have sabotaged it. You see, my beloved, the waiting period is not a denial from me. It is an act of my deep love for you, a love that is committed to giving you not just what you want, but what you want at the precise moment it will bless you the most and harm you the least. I am protecting you from an immature blessing, from an incomplete miracle. Think of patience as the soil for my greatest works. The miracles that change not just your life but the lives of generations after you need time to grow deep, strong roots. If you pull a young sapling from the earth too early, it dies. In this season of waiting, the roots of your faith and your trust in me are going deeper than they ever have before. Your character is being forged in the holy fire of patience. You are becoming stronger, wiser, more compassionate, and more like my son. You are becoming the person who can steward the weight of the glorious blessing I am bringing. So, I command you today, stop measuring my faithfulness with your human calendar. Cease striving and letting anxiety about the when consume you. Instead, find your rest in the unshakable knowledge that I am in complete control. Your breakthrough is not delayed. It is being perfectly and lovingly crafted by your Father. And when it comes, you will look back in awe and see that not one single moment of your waiting was ever wasted. My child, do not turn away now. I have just begun to reveal the hidden work I am doing for you. To stop listening here would be to see the battle plan but miss the strategy for victory, and it would grieve my heart to see you walk away from the very wisdom you have prayed for. Look at your hands, my beloved. I see them. They are clenched into tight fists. In them, you are clutching your plans, your meticulously drawn maps, your detailed list of expectations for how and when your victory must unfold. You have prayed, and then you have instructed me on the best way to answer. But I must speak a difficult truth to you now, a truth born of infinite love. You cannot receive the new thing I am giving you while your hands are still full of your own ideas. I am asking you to do one of the hardest things a heart can do. I am asking you to open your hands. Let go. Release your grip on what you think is the only solution. Uncurl your fingers from around the future you have so carefully designed for yourself. Your hands must be empty to receive the gift I have prepared for you, and I promise you, my gift is so much greater, so much more glorious than anything you are clinging to right now. You have looked at your situation from every angle. You see one, maybe two, possible paths out of this wilderness, and you have pointed them out to me in your prayers. But my vision is not limited like yours. My ways are higher than your ways, and my thoughts are grander than your dreams. You see the immediate problem that needs solving. I see the magnificent tapestry of your entire destiny. You are asking for a simple repair. I am planning a complete renovation. The angel I have sent is not bringing you a temporary fix that you asked for. He is bringing you a permanent solution that you truly need. It will likely look different from what you expected. It may arrive from a direction you never considered. It may require you to walk a path you would not have chosen. You must be willing to let go of your blueprint and trust the master architect. You hear the word surrender and your human nature recoils, equating it with defeat, with giving up control. But in the upside-down economy of my kingdom, surrender is the ultimate act of trust in the highest position of strength. It is you, the beloved child, looking up at your all-powerful, all-loving Father and saying with confidence, I trust your plan more than my own. I trust your wisdom more than my own understanding. It is you acknowledging that your own carefully drawn maps might lead you to the edge of a cliff, but my divine guidance will always lead you safely to the promised land. So today, I call you to this beautiful, liberating act of surrender. Release your grip on the how. Let go of the when. Stop demanding that I work within the confines of your logic. Open your hands, turn them palms up, and lift them to me. His posture of release is a posture of receiving. When you do this, you give me the freedom to work in ways that will astound you. You give my angel the clearance to deliver a miracle that will take your breath away. Let go, my child. Trust me with all the details. Your only job is to be ready to receive. My child, now that you have opened your eyes to see my work and opened your heart to receive it, we must align your mouth with what we are doing together. Your words are far more powerful than you realize. They are not just sounds that vanish into the air. They are spiritual things. They are a form of currency, and you must stop spending them on describing the details of your problem and start investing them in the reality of my solution. Your words can either build a prison of despair around you or they can pave a highway for your miracle to arrive. From this moment on, I want you to begin to speak of your breakthrough as if it has already been accomplished in the heavens, because it has. This is not you pretending or lying to yourself. This is you, my child, agreeing with me. It is you speaking the truth of my spiritual realm into your physical reality. When the feeling of anxiety rises in your chest, I want you to open your mouth and declare, my God gives me a peace that the world cannot understand, and that peace is guarding my heart right now. When you look at your finances and fear whispers of lack, you will respond out loud, my God is my provider, and He is supplying all of my needs according to His glorious riches. You must use your voice to speak the end result, not to amplify the current problem. For too long, you have spent your time and energy telling me how big your mountain is. I know its size. I see its shadow. Now, your assignment has changed. I want you to turn your face to that mountain and begin to tell it how big your God is. Speak directly to the mountain of debt and tell it about my economy, where there is no lack. Speak to the mountain of sickness and tell it about the healer whose power knows no disease. Speak to the mountain of family strife and tell it about the Prince of Peace who is the restorer of all things. Your problem had been speaking to you for long enough. It is time for your problem to hear from you. Understand this crucial spiritual principle. An atmosphere of praise is the environment where my angels operate with the greatest freedom and power. Your praise is a weapon. It silences the accuser who constantly reminds you of your past and your failures. It confuses the enemy who expects you to be complaining in your trial. When you choose to lift your hands and thank me in the middle of the storm, before you see any sign of the sun, you are demonstrating the highest and most potent form of faith. It is a sacrifice of praise that sends shockwaves through the spiritual realm and clears the airwaves for your victory. Your declaration of faith is what synchronizes your spirit with my supernatural actions. When you speak my promises, you are tuning your heart to the frequency of heaven. So cease describing how you feel and start declaring what I have said. This is the language that activates heaven on your behalf. So thank me now, my beloved, right where you are. Thank me for the victory you do not yet see with your eyes. Thank me for the answer that is already on its way. Let your words build a landing strip for your angel to deliver the miracle I am sending you. Let us speak plainly about fear, my child. I see it as it truly is, an unwelcome intruder, a thief that has followed you for far too long. It is the shadow that darkens your brightest days, and its greatest crime is that it steals the joy of my impending deliverance from you. It forces you to live in the pain of the present moment while robbing you of the peace that comes from knowing I hold your future. It is a tyrant, and today, its reign over you must end. A great deal of your energy, your precious mental and emotional strength, is spent worrying about tomorrow. What if this happens? What if it doesn't happen? How will I handle it if the worst comes to pass? This constant anxiety about the future is draining you of the grace I have supplied for you today. My grace is not a lump sum you can store in an account. It is a daily provision, like the manna I gave my people in the wilderness. There is always enough for this day, for this moment, right now. But you cannot use today's grace to solve tomorrow's imaginary problems. When you try, you find your hands are empty and your heart is filled only with the exhaustion of fear. I command you in love, stay in today. Live in this 24-hour portion of time. I am here with you now, and I promise you I will already be there to meet you when tomorrow arrives. Now, I want you to physically and spiritually change your posture. For weeks, perhaps longer, you have been curled in a defensive position, cowering in a corner of your heart, expecting the next blow to fall. I am calling you to get up. Go to the window of your soul, the place of hope, and look out toward the horizon. Actively, intentionally, look for the first light of dawn. You must begin to expect me to show up. Expectancy is your faith in action. It is the posture of a child who knows their father has promised to come home, and so they wait by the window, not in doubt, but in eager anticipation. You must cultivate this holy expectancy. Remember my eternal word, my perfect, all-consuming love casts out all fear. They are like light and darkness. They cannot occupy the same space at the same time. You must choose which one you will dwell in. When fear knocks on the door of your mind, you do not have to invite it in for a conversation. You have the authority to say, "No, there is no room for you here. My heart is filled with my Father's love." Immerse yourself in the truth of my unfailing, unconditional love for you. Let that reality become bigger in your mind than any threatening circumstance. Worry, my child, is a form of meditation. When you worry, you are focusing all your creative energy and faith on a negative outcome. It is, in essence, a prayer to the wrong God, the God of what if. I am calling you to redirect that powerful focus. Use every worried thought as a trigger. The moment it appears, use it as a reminder to turn back to me in prayer. Replace the worry with a declaration of my promise. You must understand this. Expectancy is the magnet that draws your miracle closer. It is a powerful spiritual force. When you live in a state of hopeful expectation, you are creating an atmosphere that is welcoming to your breakthrough. So move out of the corner of fear. Stand at the window of hope. Expect me to be good. Expect me to be faithful. Expect me to show up for you. Because you are now choosing to look with spiritual eyes and to stand in a posture of expectancy, you will begin to notice things you previously missed. The movements of my angel and the workings of my spirit are not always loud, thunderous events. More often, they are subtle signs, gentle nudges, divine whispers woven into the fabric of your everyday life. You must learn to interpret the language of my guidance. Be alert. Look for the unexpected. That phone call that comes out of the blue from someone you have not spoken to in years, who just happens to mention something that relates directly to your prayer. Pay attention to that. That is not a coincidence. The chance encounter at the store or the workplace, where you meet someone who holds a key piece of information or an opportunity you need. There are no chance encounters in my kingdom. These are divinely orchestrated appointments, arranged by my angel to move your situation forward one step at a time. You must also learn to pay attention to your own spirit. Notice the recurring thought or the persistent idea that I place within you. It could be a sudden urge to read a particular passage of my word, which then leaps off the page and speaks directly to your heart. It might be a gentle but firm nudge to reach out and forgive someone, even when you do not feel like it. Or it could be a creative, new solution to your problem that seems to drop into your mind from nowhere. Do not dismiss these inner promptings as your own imagination. When a thought aligns with my character, my word, and it leads toward life and peace, you can be sure that it is my spirit guiding you. Pay attention, to the doors that I sovereignly close. You may be pushing and praying for a certain path, only to find it firmly blocked. Do not see this as a disappointment. See it as a holy redirection. A closed door is often a sign of my angel standing guard, protecting you from a path that would ultimately lead to harm or a lesser blessing. And listen for one of the most powerful signs of all: a sudden, unexplainable peace that settles over your heart in the very middle of your storm. When chaos is swirling all around you, when by all human logic you should be falling apart, and yet your spirit is held in a profound, supernatural calm, know this for certain: that is the tangible presence of your angel. It is a direct sign from me that I am with you and I am in complete control. Sometimes, my angelic touch will come through the hands of another person. The kindness of a stranger, an unexpected encouraging word from a friend, a favor someone does for you for no apparent reason. These can be the very hands and feet of my angelic assistants. And here is how you will know for sure that these signs are from me. My confirmations will never bring you confusion. They will not lead you into a frenzy of anxiety or frantic, panicked activity. The true signs of my angel's movement will always bring a deep, inner knowing, a quiet clarity, a settled peace in your spirit. They will feel like a key turning smoothly in a lock. I am telling you, the signs are all around you. Watch it. Listen. And you will see. You have seen the signs, and your heart is now stirring with hope and expectation. This is wonderful, my child. But now comes the most vital part of our partnership in this journey: your obedience. Seeing and believing are the foundation, but obedience is the structure that is built upon it. The angel I have sent has gone before you. He has fought spiritual battles you could not see and has cleared a portion of the path ahead. He has opened a small gate that was previously locked, but he will not reach back and carry you through it. You must now get up from where you have been waiting and walk through the opening he has made for you. My word is clear. Faith without corresponding action is a dead, useless thing. It is like having a perfect, detailed blueprint for a magnificent home, but never picking up a single hammer or laying a single brick. Your belief in me is the blueprint. It is essential. But your obedience is the construction. You must put action to your faith. You cannot simply sit in your chair and wait for the entire promised land, fully built and furnished, to be delivered to your front door. You must take the first step out of the wilderness of your problem. I know you look at the vast distance between where you are now and where I have promised you will be, and you feel overwhelmed. The task seems too great. But I am not asking you to take a great, heroic leap of faith across the entire canyon. I will never ask you to do something that is beyond the measure of grace I have given you. I am only ever asking you to take a single, obedient step. Just one. Do the very next small thing that I am impressing upon your heart. It might be to make that difficult phone call you have been avoiding. It might be to finally send that email or to fill out that application. Perhaps it is to apologize to that person or to organize your finances as if you expect me to bless them. These actions may seem small, even insignificant, to you. But in my kingdom, your small act of compliance is what unleashes the next great wave of my power. It is a signal to all of heaven that you are a serious partner in your own rescue. Do not despise these small beginnings that I am placing before you. You are praying for a great harvest, but you must be willing to plant one small seed. You are asking me to build a skyscraper, but you must be willing to lay the first brick. The enormous miracle you are waiting for is very often hidden inside a simple, immediate, obedient instruction. Your great and glorious destiny is built one small, faithful step at a time. Your obedience in these seemingly little things proves to me and to the spiritual realm that you are ready to handle the great things I have in store for you. It demonstrates a heart of trust. It shows that you are mature enough to be a good steward of the major blessing that is coming. The path is now clear for the next few feet, my beloved. Your angel has done his part and is waiting. Now, it is your turn to move. Take the step. My beloved, we have come so far together in this conversation. I have opened your eyes and called you to act. If you leave now, you will have the key in your hand, but will never learn how to unlock the door, and it would disappoint me deeply to see you stand at the threshold of your miracle, only to turn back into the wilderness. My child, while my angel is fighting for you in the unseen realm, you must understand that you are engaged in a critical battle of your own, the battle for the territory of your mind. You have, perhaps unintentionally, made subtle agreements with the enemy. You have signed silent treaties with doubt and have given residency to unbelief in your heart. Today, with my authority and your cooperation, those agreements must be broken and those enemies must be evicted. You must become an active participant in your own mental freedom. You need to use your voice to verbally and forcefully renounce the lies that have held you captive. The lie that I have forgotten you. The lie that your situation is the one exception to my promises. The lie that your past failures have disqualified you from a blessed future. These are not harmless, passing thoughts, my child. They are spiritual toxins, designed by the enemy to poison your hope and paralyze your progress. You must open your mouth and say, in the name of the one who loves me, I break my agreement with the spirit of doubt. I break my agreement with the lie that my God is not faithful. I reject the fear that this will not work out. I choose to believe the report of the Lord. You have to speak it out loud and let your own ears hear your declaration of freedom. Think of doubt as a destructive weed in the garden of your heart. If you are passive and allow it to remain, it will silently wrap its roots around the precious seed of my promise and choke the very life out of it. You cannot afford to be passive about your doubts. Every time you entertain an unbelieving thought, every time you allow your mind to dwell on, this will never change. I'm just not good enough. It's taking too long. He must have forgotten. You are actively resisting the work of my angel. You are in effect, tying his hands with your own unbelief. Your doubt creates a spiritual static in the atmosphere around you, making it harder for you to hear my gentle voice and to perceive the very signs I am sending you. So I am calling you to a moment of repentance today. Not a repentance born of shame, but one born of a desire for freedom. Repent for the subtle but dangerous sin of relying more on your own strength and understanding than on mine. Repent for trusting the loud, intimidating report of your circumstances more than the quiet, eternal truth of my word. This is a moment of clear decision. You must choose this very day whose report you will believe. Will you believe the chaotic, anxious, and ever-changing report of the world? Or will you believe the steadfast, faithful, and victorious report of your God? Here is your battle strategy, and it is simple. You must starve your doubts and feed your faith. You starve your doubts by refusing to give them your time and attention. When a doubtful thought comes to your mind, you see it, you recognize it as an enemy, and you refuse to serve it a meal by meditating on it. You cast it down, and at the same time, you feed your faith by intentionally feasting on my word. You immerse yourself in my promises until they become more real to you than your problems. Every time you choose to open my word instead of dwelling on your worries, you are feeding your faith. Every time you choose to praise me instead of complaining about your situation, you are feeding your faith. Break the agreements now, my child. This war for your breakthrough will be won or lost on the battlefield of your mind. Choose to believe. My child, your faith is beautiful to me, but faith is not just a passive feeling you hold in your heart. It is a preparatory action you take with your hands. We have spoken of seeing my work and opening your heart, and now it is time to stop just waiting for your blessing and start preparing a place for it to live. You must make physical, tangible room in your life for the very thing you have been asking me to send. This is a crucial step that many miss. They pray for rain but never think to carry an umbrella. The nature of true, living faith is not a passive hope. It is an active expectation that compels you to prepare. A farmer does not simply stare at the sky and pray for a harvest. He puts his hands to the plow. He breaks up the hard ground. He carefully sows the seed, and he prepares the barn for the coming crop. He acts in faith, expecting that I will send the sun and the rain to do their part. I am now asking you to carry your umbrella in the middle of your spiritual drought. I am asking you to prepare your barn before you even see a stalk of wheat. What does this look like in the reality of your daily life? Let us make it plain. If you are praying for a financial breakthrough, you must begin to prepare for it now. Do not wait. Go and get your financial papers in order. Create a budget, not based on the crushing reality of your current lack, but based on the coming abundance I have promised. Make a plan on paper for how you will steward the resources I am bringing you, how much you will give, how much you will save, which debts you will clear first. The act of planning for abundance in a season of lack is a mighty declaration of faith. If you are asking me for a new job, you must prepare now. Clean out your closet and make space for the new clothes you will need. Update your resume. Tidy the car you will drive to that new position. If you are praying for healing in your body, start making room in your schedule for the healthy activities, the walks, the time with loved ones that you will engage in when your strength is restored. Do not wait for the breakthrough to arrive before you get your house in order. You must organize your affairs as if the angel is delivering your answer tomorrow morning at sunrise. You must understand, your physical preparation is a powerful, tangible signal to heaven of your profound belief. Is your faith made visible? It is an act of prophecy over your own life. When you prepare a space for your miracle, you are moving from a weak position of I hope so to a powerful position of I know so. Do not wait until you feel hopeful to start preparing. Act your way into the feeling of hope. The very act of cleaning out a room to make space for a reconciled family member, or writing down a business plan for the company I will give you, will begin to build an unshakable faith and expectancy within your spirit. Action is the engine of faith. I honor those who prepare a place for me to fill. When I see you making room, when I see you carrying your umbrella, it gives me great joy to open the heavens and send the rain. Prepare the space, my child. Your blessing is on its way, and it needs a place to land. You have just heard my command to prepare a place for the provision I am sending. If your heart is now stirred to help prepare a place for my word in the heart of another who is lost and waiting, then you are hearing a divine invitation. The seed you sow in faith is the ultimate act of preparation, a tangible signal to all of heaven that you truly believe I am your source. I declare over you now, give, and it will be given to you. A good measure, pressed down, shaken together and running over, will be poured into your lap. Every gift you release to carry this voice becomes a channel for my abundance to find you in unexpected ways. Do not treat this as a small moment. This is your opportunity to put action to your faith. Sow into this ministry now. Use the super thanks, become a member, or find the PayPal link in the description and partner with my provision for the nations. My beloved, your world is so loud. I see how the chaos of your storm swirls around you and within you. The frantic, worried thoughts, the constant demands of your work and family, the unending noise of news and social media, all of it is shouting for your attention, pulling your focus in 1,000 different directions. In the middle of this hurricane of activity, you have been trying to hear me, and it has felt impossible. This is why you must learn a new skill. You must learn to find a quiet center. You must intentionally, purposefully, create moments of stillness in your day. It is only in the stillness that you will be able to distinguish my whisper from the world's deafening shouts. The enemy shouts at you through accusations and fear. Your anxiety shouts at you with its endless list of what-ifs. The pressures of your life shout at you with deadlines and demands. But my voice, the voice of your shepherd that your spirit knows so well, is often not in the thunder. It is a gentle whisper. Remember my prophet Elijah. He was in a moment of great fear and exhaustion, and he looked for me in the dramatic, in the mighty wind, in the powerful earthquake, in the consuming fire. But I was not in any of them. I came to him after all the noise had passed, in a still, small voice, a gentle whisper. You have been looking for me in the earthquake of a dramatic breakthrough, but I am trying to speak to you in the quiet moments you are too hurried to experience. This is why I command you in my word, be still and know that I am God. This is not a gentle suggestion. It is a vital instruction for your spiritual survival and for your ability to receive my guidance. You must cease your frantic striving. Stop trying to figure everything out on your own strength. Stop replaying every painful conversation in your mind. Stop analyzing your problem from every angle until you are exhausted. Let go of the illusion that you must maintain control. In these moments of intentional stillness, you are not doing nothing. On the contrary, you are doing the most important and productive thing of all. You are positioning yourself to hear from the Creator of the universe. A hurried spirit cannot receive intricate divine strategy. Imagine trying to explain a delicate, complex plan to someone who is running past you at full speed. They would not be able to receive it. Your spirit has been running, fueled by adrenaline and anxiety. You must slow down. I am asking you to carve out time, even if it is just 5 minutes when you first wake up, or in your car before you walk into your home, to turn off all the noise, to close your eyes, to quiet your racing thoughts, and to simply be present with me. Do not come with a long list of demands. Just come to be with your Father. Your soul is the anchor for your life. If you allow it to be tossed in the churning, shallow waters of your anxious thoughts, your entire life will feel unstable and chaotic. You must learn to drop that anchor into the quiet, deep waters of my presence. It is there, in the holy silence, that you will find your spiritual footing. It is there that my angel's next instruction will become clear. It is there that your strength will be truly renewed. Be still, my child. I have things to tell you that can only be heard in the quiet. My child, as you look with expectancy for my intervention, you must broaden your understanding of the ways I work. You are looking for a lightning bolt from heaven, a supernatural event that is disconnected from the world around you. And while I certainly can, and sometimes do work that way, you must understand that more often, I love to hide my miracles in the most ordinary and beautiful of vessels, other people. I often place my solution, my provision, and my comfort in the hands and hearts of another person, and your willingness to humbly receive from them is a vital part of your journey of faith. The help you so desperately need will not always come from the person or the place you expect. You are looking for a powerful, influential person to open a door for you. But I might send a crucial word of wisdom through the simple observation of a child. You are expecting comfort and support to come from your closest friends, but I may send it through a complete stranger you meet in a line at the store. You must not dismiss the help that comes in an unexpected package. I am teaching you to look beyond the appearance of the messenger and to see my hand in the message. You must be humble enough to receive from anyone I choose to send, regardless of their status or your relationship to them. And sometimes, my child, the person I send is not one who comes to comfort you, but one who comes to challenge you. The difficult person in your life, the one whose actions and words feel like a constant source of frustration. You see them as an obstacle, but they may be the very tool I am using to refine you. They may be the divine sandpaper I am using to smooth your rough edges, to teach you a deeper level of patience, compassion, and grace. Do not be so quick to pray for me to remove everyone who challenges you. Instead, ask me, Father, what are you trying to teach me through this person? You must also become aware that my angel can move on the hearts of people for your benefit, for reasons they themselves will not be able to explain. A person in a position of authority will suddenly decide to show you unmerited favor. Someone you owe money to will inexplicably forgive the debt. A person who has been opposing you will have a sudden change of heart. When this happens, you must recognize it for what it is. This is the unseen hand of your angel, influencing the natural world on your behalf. They might even say to you, I don't know why I'm doing this, but I just feel like I'm supposed to help you. That feeling is a direct prompt from heaven. So I command you today, begin to practice seeing me in the faces of those I place on your path. Ask me for the discernment to know who have been sent by me. Open your heart to receive, even when, and especially when, it comes from an unlikely source. And be ready, for I may also be prompting you to be the hands and feet of a miracle for someone else. My kingdom is built on relationship. My power flows through people loving and helping people. Do not miss your miracle because you were too proud, too skeptical, or too rigid in your expectations to receive it from the person I sent. My child, in this season of waiting and believing, while my angel moves on your behalf, there is a powerful spiritual discipline you must cultivate moment by moment. It is the practice of gratitude. A thankful heart is not merely a polite response after a blessing has been received. It is a powerful spiritual weapon that will sustain you while you wait and will prepare the very ground of your heart for the miracle to come. Gratitude is the great perspective shifter. Your problem, when you stare at it, as a way of growing until it consumes your entire view. It becomes all you can see, blocking out the sun, casting a long and intimidating shadow over everything. But when you make the conscious choice to be thankful, you are intentionally turning your head away from the shadow of the problem and turning your face toward the light of my goodness. Gratitude shifts your focus from what is painfully lacking in your life to what is already abundantly present. It is the discipline of remembering that even in the middle of your most difficult trial, you are surrounded by proofs of my love. This simple but profound shift will starve your fear and pour nourishment upon the roots of your faith. A thankful heart is fertile ground for miracles. A complaining, bitter, and resentful heart is like hard, rocky soil. The seeds of my promises fall on it, but they cannot take root and grow. But a heart that has been made soft and rich with gratitude is a place where my blessings can be planted and flourish. I want to challenge you. Right now, in this very moment, in the midst of your struggle and uncertainty, I want you to pause and find just one thing to genuinely thank me for. It does not have to be big. The breath that is filling your lungs, the roof that is over your head, the memory of a past joy that brought a smile to your face. Start with just one thing. Speak your thanks for it out loud. Let your own ears hear your gratitude, and watch what happens to your spirit. You will feel it begin to lift, even if your circumstances have not yet changed one bit. You must understand that thankfulness is a spiritual key. It has the power to unlock gates of blessing in your life that you thought were sealed shut forever. When you thank me for what you already have, no matter how small it seems, you demonstrate to me that you can be trusted with more. A spirit of entitlement and constant complaint actually repels my blessing, but a spirit of genuine gratitude acts like a magnet, attracting my goodness and favor. Just as praise creates a welcoming atmosphere for my angels to work, a thankful heart releases a beautiful fragrance in the spiritual realm. It is a sweet and pleasing aroma to me, and it draws my presence near to you in a powerful way. When you choose to live in gratitude, you are living in a continual state of worship, and my power is always drawn to that sacred place. Finally, I want you to use gratitude to build a strong bridge from my faithfulness in your past to your hope for the future. Take a few moments each day to remember. Deliberately recall the other times I have come through for you, the other impossible situations I have turned around, the other battles I have won on your behalf. Thank me again for those past victories. Remembering what I have already done is the highest proof that I will do it again. This is the fuel for your hope. Gratitude is not a denial of your pain, my child. It is a powerful declaration that my goodness is greater than your pain. Cultivate it, and it will sustain you until the dawn. Do you feel the shift in your spirit? That is my presence. I am pouring out my heart to you, sharing the secrets of my kingdom. To abandon this moment would be like a child walking out of their father's embrace just as he is about to give them the greatest gift. Stay with me. There is so much more I ache to tell you. My beloved, I am about to give you a kingdom principle that is completely upside down to the world's logic, but it is one of the fastest ways to accelerate your breakthrough. In this time of your own great need, when every human instinct tells you to hold on tightly to every last thing you possess, I am calling you to do the opposite. I am calling you to open your hands and give. This is one of the most powerful and profound acts of faith you can possibly perform, and it will release a torrent of my blessing into your life. Look at your hand for a moment when it is clenched into a tight fist. It is a posture of fear, of scarcity, of desperate self-reservation. You are trying to hold on to the little you have. But you must see this spiritual reality. A closed fist that cannot give anything away is also a closed fist that is incapable of receiving anything new. In order to receive the great abundance I am sending to you through my angel, your hands must be open. The very act of giving is what pries your fingers open. and positions you to receive. When you make the courageous choice to be generous in your season of lack, it is a thunderous declaration of trust in the spiritual realm. It is a message you send to me, to the enemy, and to your own soul. It says, "My current circumstance of need is not my final reality. My God is my true source, and His supply is limitless. Therefore, I will not put my trust in this little that I have in my hand. I will put my trust in the Father who holds everything in His hands." Your generosity, especially when it costs you something, is a form of faith that shouts louder and more clearly than any prayer you could ever utter. Think of my blessings as a flowing river. When you give, you are not losing water, you are digging a channel. By blessing someone else with your time, your encouragement, or your resources, you are creating a pathway for my river of blessing to flow through you. And it is an eternal principle that as my provision flows through you to bless others, it will always leave your own ground watered and fertile. If you try to build a dam and hoard the river for yourself, it will become a stagnant pond. But if you become a conduit, allowing it to flow out, I will ensure that the source of the river never runs dry. My word promises that you will reap what you sow. This is true in every season of your life. But let me tell you a secret: the seed that you sow from your place of lack, the offering that is a true sacrifice, will bring a harvest of disproportionate and astonishing abundance. When you give not from your surplus but from your substance, that seed is supercharged with a potent faith, and it will produce a harvest that defies all natural laws. Do not wait until you feel you have enough to start being generous. Be generous right now with what you have. Finally, when you give, your focus is immediately and miraculously shifted. It moves from the suffocating prison of your own problem to the expansive and glorious purpose of my kingdom. You stop being consumed by your own needs, and you become an active partner with me in meeting the needs of others. This act alone is liberating. It breaks the power that self-pity and worry have tried to exert over you. Your act of giving declares that you trust me as your ultimate source and that my purposes are more important than your temporary comfort. Open your hands, my child. Sow a seed of kindness or help today, even a small one, and watch me honor your spectacular faith. My child, I have given you a brilliant mind. Your intellect, your ability to reason, to strategize, and to solve problems. These are beautiful gifts that I myself wove into your very being, and I delight in seeing you use them. But you must understand this. Your intellect was designed to be a tool in your hand, not a god on the throne of your heart. And over time, in the stress of this long trial, you have slowly allowed it to become an idol. It has become your primary source of security, a false power you trust in more than you trust in me. This must now change. My word commands you to lean not on your own understanding. What does this mean for you in this moment, with the fears that keep you awake at night? It means you must stop the frantic effort of trying to figure everything out before you are willing to move in faith. I see you. I see how you have analyzed your problem from every conceivable angle. I see the lists of pros and cons you have made, the scenarios you have played out in your mind 100 times. I have been with you in the dead of night as your mind races, desperately trying to construct a logical, predictable, and safe path out of this trouble. And I see that all this intense mental work, all this leaning on your own understanding, has not brought you peace. It has only left you more exhausted, more anxious, and more confused than ever before. This is because your problem is not a simple equation that can be solved by human logic alone. It is a spiritual stronghold that requires divine intervention. Therefore, the path my angel is now clearing for you may seem completely illogical to your natural mind. I may ask you to do something that feels counterintuitive. I may ask you to be generous when your accounts are nearly empty. I may ask you to extend forgiveness to the very person who caused your pain. I may lead you toward a small, humble-looking door when you have been praying for a grand, impressive gate to open. In these moments, your human understanding, your trusted idol, will protest loudly. It will scream at you, "This makes no sense. This is foolish. This is far too risky." You must be willing to quiet that voice of reason and instead follow the gentle, peaceful nudge of my spirit, even and especially when your mind cannot comprehend the divine strategy. You have been spending so much of your precious energy trying to figure me out, trying to anticipate my next move as if I were a mere chess opponent. But I am not a puzzle to be solved, my child. I am a father to be followed and trusted. Stop demanding to see the entire 10-year plan before you are willing to take the next single step. True wisdom is not found in having all the answers. True wisdom is found in acknowledging that you do not have all the answers, but you are in a deep and personal relationship with the one who does. It is a posture of beautiful, humble dependence. I know your heart longs to understand the why. Why is this happening to me, Lord? Why this path? I promise you, a day is coming when I will sit with you and reveal the why. You will look back from a place of victory and see the magnificent, intricate tapestry I was weaving through all of this, and it will all make perfect sense. But for now, your job is not to understand the why. Your job is to fully trust the who. Trust that I am good. Trust that I love you unconditionally. Trust that my plan for you is perfect, even when it is painful. Dethrone your intellect. Gently remove the idol of your own understanding from the center of your heart and put me back in my rightful place. Just follow me. I promise I will not lead you astray. My child, you must lift your eyes and broaden your perspective. You have been praying for a blessing. You have been asking for an answer to a specific, painful problem. And I tell you with all the love in my heart that prayer is being answered. But you must understand that what is happening in your life right now is so much bigger, so much more profound than just a single answered prayer. The angel I have sent has not been dispatched merely to deliver a package of relief to your doorstep. He hath been given a divine assignment to completely realign your entire life with the glorious purpose for which you were created. This is not just about solving one of your problems. This is about shifting your very destiny. I am positioning you. Think of a master strategist on a great battlefield. He does not move a single piece without considering the whole war. In the same way, I am moving you into the perfect position on the board of your life, a position where you will have the maximum impact and bear the most fruit for my kingdom. The difficult place you are in right now, the place of struggle and waiting, has served its holy purpose. It has taught you humility. It has deepened your dependence on me. It has forged a strength in you that you did not know you possessed. But it is not your final destination. I am moving you from the training ground to the territory you are destined to take. To accomplish this, I must perform a divine calibration in your life, especially in your relationships. Listen to me closely now, because you are beginning to see this happen. You will find that certain relationships in your life, the ones that have been subtly hindering your growth, draining your spirit with their negativity, and pulling your focus away from me, are beginning to sovereignly and naturally fall away. Do not panic or try to desperately cling to them. This is my hand, lovingly pruning your life so that you can grow in a healthier way. At the same time, you must watch with an expectant heart as I begin to draw the right connections to you. You will begin to meet new people, divine alignments, who will speak your language of faith, who will see the destiny I have placed on you, who will champion your dreams and partner with you in my purpose. This is not accidental. This is my angel orchestrating the crucial connections you will need for your next season. You see this as a single answered prayer, my child, but I see it as a crucial tipping point. This is a destiny shift. The breakthrough I am bringing in one area of your life is simply the first domino that will set off a beautiful chain reaction of restoration and advancement in every other area. Every part of your life, your work, your family, your finances, your health, your ministry, is being meticulously and lovingly calibrated to my divine will for you. I am not just fixing a single broken part in the engine of your life. I am giving you a completely new vehicle, designed for the road ahead. So lift your eyes up from your immediate problem. See the bigger, magnificent picture. This trial has not been a detour from your destiny. It has been the very path leading you to your promotion. This is more than an answered prayer for relief. This is the holy beginning of your alignment with the powerful, purposeful person I created you to be and the wonderful work I created you to do. Embrace all the changes, even the uncomfortable ones. You are being aligned. My child, I must speak a word of warning to you now, not to bring you fear, but to arm you with wisdom. As you draw closer and closer to your promised breakthrough, the spiritual resistance against you may actually get fiercer. Do not be alarmed by this. It is crucial that you learn to interpret this heightened pressure correctly. Just before a major victory is won in any battle, the enemy often launches his most desperate, most intense, and most chaotic counterattack. He sees the angel I have sent moving on your behalf. He sees the territory he is about to lose in your life and in the lives of your family. And in his desperation, he is throwing everything he has at you to try to discourage you, to distract you, and to make you turn back at the last moment. You are feeling this turbulence. The pressure seems to have increased. The lies are coming at you faster. The feeling of anxiety is trying to grip you tighter. And your first human thought is, I must be doing something wrong. This must not be God's will. This increased difficulty must be a sign of a closed door from God. My beloved, that is a lie from the pit of hell, designed to make you retreat on the very brink of your miracle. The opposite is true. The turbulence you are feeling is a spiritual sign that you are approaching your destination. Think of it like an airplane on a long journey. The flight may be smooth for hours, but it often experiences the most shaking and bumping as it descends through the cloud cover just before it lands safely on the runway. The spiritual shaking you are feeling right now is proof that you are about to land in your promised place. You must understand, the enemy does not waste his most powerful ammunition on those who pose no threat to his kingdom of darkness. The intensity of the attack against you is a direct confirmation of the magnitude of the blessing that is on its way to you. So, when you encounter this heightened opposition, you must not turn back. You must see it as a glorious confirmation that you are on the right path. When the lies get louder, when the anxiety tries to claw its way back into your heart, when an unexpected obstacle suddenly appears out of nowhere, you must not interpret it as a sign from me to give up. You must recognize it as a call from me to press in even deeper, to cling to me even tighter. My angel is fighting for you in the heavens, but your role in this battle is to stand firm in your faith on the earth. How do you do this? You stand firm by holding on to my promises when everything around you seems to be shaking. You stand firm by continuing to speak a word of praise to me when your feelings are telling you to complain. You stand firm by refusing to entertain or agree with fear. Your unwavering faith provides a type of spiritual air cover for the angel who is fighting on your behalf. This is not the time to shrink back. This is the time to stand taller. This is not a red light from heaven telling you to stop. It is a battle cry from heaven, urging you forward. Your victory was already secured 2,000 years ago by the finished work of my Son. You are not fighting for victory. You are fighting from a position of victory. So when you feel the shaking, stand up, lift your head, and know that your redemption, your breakthrough, is drawing nearer than ever before. The darkness is always greatest just before the glorious dawn. My beloved, as we move forward together, we must address a crucial matter: the way you see yourself. For far too long, you have worn an identity that was handed to you by your past hurts, by your present struggles, and by the whispers of the enemy. You have seen yourself through a distorted lens of defeat, lack, and inadequacy. When you look in the mirror of your soul, you see the one who is always struggling, the one who never has enough, the one who is overlooked, the one who made that terrible mistake. My child, that identity, which has become a heavy cloak on your shoulders, must now be taken off and burned, because that is not who I say you are. While you are still standing in the dust of the battlefield, I am already calling you by your new name, the name that reflects your eternal reality in me. I call you victorious. I call you healed. I call you prosperous. I call you forgiven. I call you an overcomer. My declaration over you is not based on your fluctuating feelings or your temporary circumstances. It is based on your unshakable destiny as my child, purchased by the blood of my Son. My word is the ultimate reality, and it is time for your perception of yourself to come into full alignment with my perception of you. This is not something I can do for you. It is something I must do with you. It requires your active participation. You must open your mind to this new way of seeing yourself. When a thought comes into your mind that says, "I am so full of anxiety," you must learn to immediately counter it with the truth I have spoken. No, that is not who I am. I have been given a spirit of power, love, and a sound mind. I am peaceful in Christ. When feelings of lack threaten to overwhelm you, you must declare, even if your voice shakes, "I am not defined by the number in my bank account. I am a child of the Most High God, an heir to His kingdom, and therefore I am prosperous." This is not you pretending to be something you are not. This is you agreeing with my truth, which is the most real thing about you, and this agreement is essential for you to possess your next season. My word declares, "The old has gone, behold, the new has come. I am making all things new," and that divine newness must begin with you. It must be established in your mind, in your words, in the very core of your identity. The angel I have sent is not just clearing a path for your circumstances to change. He is preparing a future that your old identity cannot inhabit. The old you, the one who lived in constant worry, who expected disappointment, who was defined by past failures, simply cannot walk into the promised land I have prepared for you. A new, faith-filled, confident you must emerge to possess it. So today, I anoint you with a new identity. I am washing off the labels of your past with my grace. I am removing the stains of failure and disappointment. I command you now, step into the new name I am calling you. Hear me whispering it to your spirit, my beloved, my chosen, my masterpiece. See yourself as I see you. Your circumstances will soon be forced to catch up to your new identity, but you must embrace the identity first. The breakthrough starts inside of you. Listen to me. I am speaking your new identity into existence and showing you how to stand against the final assault of the enemy. It would wound my spirit for you to hear of the victory but then miss the instructions on how to secure it. Do not honor the spirit of distraction. Honor the one who is giving you the strategy for your future. My child, listen closely now, for this is a deep and important truth. Often, right before the sun finally breaks over the horizon, the night feels its darkest and its coldest. In the same way, as your breakthrough draws near, right before the full, visible manifestation of your miracle, there is often a final test. I need you to understand the nature of this test. It is not a test I give to punish you or to see if you will fail. It is a test born of my great love for you, designed to reveal the true, beautiful condition of your heart and to solidify your fragile faith into something truly unbreakable and pure. This is the heart of the test. This is the question that all of heaven will be watching your soul to answer. Do you desire the blessing, or do you desire me, the blesser? Do you want my helping hand, or do you truly want my loving face? You have been praying with passion for a specific outcome, for a specific solution to your pain. But what if my answer looks different from the one you have so carefully planned? What if the door you have been knocking on so desperately remains shut, but I quietly open another, unexpected door behind you? Will you still trust my wisdom? Will you still praise my name? Will you have the courage to turn away from your own expectation and follow me through the door of my choosing? This final trial is designed to move your faith from a place of dependency on outcomes to a place of dependency on me alone. It is designed to transform your fragile hope into a solid, unshakable trust. It is the holy fire that burns away the last remaining impurities of self-reliance, of pride, and of a conditional love for me that says, I will love you if you do this for me. It is in this final, refining fire that you learn to trust me not for what I can give you, but simply for who I am. It is the sacred moment when your heart can finally, truly say, though I don't understand, though this is not what I expected, I will still trust you. Your will be done. A faith that has passed through this fire is a faith that can withstand any storm that comes against you for the rest of your life. Passing this test is the ultimate proof that you are mature enough to handle the promotion I am bringing. It shows me that the blessing I give you will not become a new idol in your life, replacing me on the throne of your heart. It shows me that you will not forget the lessons of the valley once you are standing on the mountaintop. Your steadfastness in this crucial moment, your ability to surrender your will and say, I want you more than I want the answer, is the final, beautiful piece of the puzzle that my angel is waiting to put into place. So do not lose heart if a final, confusing challenge arises, if things seem to get worse right before they are about to get gloriously better. See it for what it truly is. It is my loving invitation to a deeper level of intimacy with me, a deeper place of trust. It is me asking your heart, do you love me more than these things? Let your heart's answer be a resounding, peaceful, yes, Lord. You are all I truly want. When your heart is genuinely in that place, there is no blessing too great or too wonderful for me to entrust to you. You will have passed the final exam, and your graduation into a new season is at hand. My child, it is now time for us to move from your state of passive trust to one of active and intentional cooperation. You must understand, you are not a mere spectator sitting in the grandstands of your life, watching me work from a safe distance. You are a key player on the field, and I am your coach, your strategist, calling out the next play to you. You are my active partner in the unfolding of your own miracle, and your moment-by-moment cooperation with my angel's movement is absolutely essential. To do this, you must become highly sensitive to the promptings of my spirit. I will not always speak in a loud, booming voice. More often, my guidance will come as a gentle nudge upon your heart, a quiet knowing in your spirit. It will be a sudden, unexpected urge to call a specific person you have not thought of in months. It might be a quiet leading to organize a certain part of your house that has been in chaos. It could be an unexpected thought to drive a different way home from work, or to read a chapter in my word that you haven't visited in years. You must stop dismissing these small, seemingly random impulses as your own fleeting thoughts. These are not random. These are strategic, divine instructions from me, designed to place you in the right place at the right time to intersect with your blessing. When I give you one of these clear, simple instructions, it is crucial that you do not procrastinate. The enemy's favorite and most effective tool to disrupt my plans in your life is the subtle spirit of delay. You will feel my gentle nudge to act, and then, almost immediately, a chorus of other, louder voices will begin to clamor for your attention. I'll do that later. I'm too tired right now. It seems silly. What good could that possibly do? I'll get to it tomorrow. You must recognize these thoughts for what they are. They are spiritual resistance, designed to keep you from taking the very step that unlocks the next phase of your miracle. Your immediate obedience to my simple instructions is critical. Here is the beautiful, divine mystery of how my kingdom works on earth. My angel acts with great power in the spiritual realm, and I ask you to act with simple faith in the physical realm. When you're small, obedient action is paired with the angel's powerful, unseen action. It creates a divine synergy, a holy explosion of power and progress. The angel can supernaturally unlock a door of opportunity, but you must be the one to physically walk through it. He can arrange a divine appointment, but you must be the one to open your mouth and speak with kindness and courage. Your small, natural step of obedience is the very thing that authorizes the next phase of his supernatural work. You are not a puppet on a string that I am moving around. You are my co-laborer, my friend, my partner in this great adventure. Think of it this way. I am the master architect who has already designed your glorious victory. My angel is the master builder who is on the construction site, assembling the pieces according to my blueprint. But you, my child, are the one who gets to live in the beautiful house of this answered prayer. Therefore, you must cooperate with the building process. Be ready. Be sensitive. Be immediately obedient. Our divine partnership is what will bring this miracle to its magnificent completion. My child, just as your obedience on earth creates a divine synergy with my angel in heaven, your giving becomes a powerful act of partnership in my great commission. If you feel the prompting of my spirit to cooperate in sending this word of hope to the ends of the earth, know that you are being called to fund the deliverance of a soul you may never meet. Your gift is like oil for the lamp that shines in the world's darkest corners, a river of life flowing directly from your own breakthrough to another's wilderness. And I say to you this day, he who is generous will prosper, and he who refreshes others will himself be refreshed. This is not just a donation. It is your next step of active cooperation, unleashing a new wave of my power. Obey this prompting now. Use the super thanks, become a member, or follow the PayPal link below to activate this divine synergy. My beloved, I want to speak to the deep loneliness you have felt in this last season. I know it has been painful. You have felt set apart, misunderstood, cut off from others, and at times, completely and utterly alone in your struggle. It has felt as if I have led you into a barren and desolate wilderness, and you have wondered why. You must understand the profound purpose behind this season of isolation. It was never your punishment, it was your holy and necessary preparation. I had to separate you for a time, my child. I had to quiet the noise of all the other voices in your life so that you could learn to clearly and confidently distinguish my voice above all others. In the busy crowd of opinions, advice, and expectations from those around you, you were struggling to hear me. So I lovingly and intentionally led you into a quieter, more solitary place. I had to allow some of your other supports, the people, the routines, the comforts you were leaning on, to be stripped away for a season, so that you could learn to rely solely and completely on me. It was in that quiet, solitary place, when you felt you had no one and nothing else to turn to, that you truly discovered that I alone am your unfailing source, your constant comfort, and your ever-present strength. That lesson, my child, was an invaluable treasure, and it could only be fully learned in the sacred silence of the wilderness. But hear my words today. That season of necessary isolation is now coming to an end. Its purpose hath been fulfilled. The lessons have been learned. The deep foundation of unshakable reliance on me hath been built. And the very same angel who stood guard over you in your wilderness is now being sent to lead you out of it and into a new, flourishing community. You are about to step out of a season of solitude and into a new season of divine connection. Therefore, I am calling you now to open your heart to the new relationships I am bringing into your life. The people I am sending to you now will be different from many of those in your past. They will be people who nourish your spirit, not drain it. They will speak your language of faith, not mock it. They will see the destiny I have placed upon you, and they will champion it. Do not allow the wounds from past relationships to make you build walls against these new, God-ordained connections. You must choose to be open, to be vulnerable, and to receive the gift of community I am giving you. Your time in the wilderness was your season of hiddenness. It was the private, sacred space where I worked on your character, where I deepened your faith, and where I forged in you a story of survival and trust. Now I am moving you from that season of hiddenness into a new season of influence. Your testimony, which was painfully forged in the fire of your solitary struggles, will now become a brilliant beacon of hope to others who are lost and wandering in their own wilderness. You thought you were just trying to survive. I was training you to become a guide for others. The isolation is ending, my child. Its work is done. It is time to step out of the quiet place and into the beautiful, supportive community I have prepared for you. My child, listen to me with great attentiveness. As the first light of your dawn begins to break upon the horizon, the enemy of your soul will make a final, desperate effort to pull you back into the night. He knows he cannot overpower my angel or stop my plan, so he will shift his strategy. He will adapt your hope. His most effective and venomous weapon in this final stage of the battle is the poison of discouragement. He will send these flaming arrows of discouragement at you through many different channels. Be aware of his tactics. It may come through the voice of a well-meaning but ultimately faithless friend or family member. The naysayer who sighs and says, "You've been waiting so long, maybe you should just give up," or "Don't get your hopes up too high. You might be disappointed again." It may come through your own internal thoughts, as a sudden, overwhelming wave of pessimism and doubt that whispers, "It's been too long. Nothing is ever going to really change. You're a fool for believing." You must recognize these voices and these thoughts for what they are. They are direct, strategic assignments from the enemy, designed for one purpose: to make you forfeit the race just moments before you cross the glorious finish line. You must therefore fiercely protect your spirit in this critical time. I have commanded you in my word to guard your heart with all diligence, for everything you do and everything you are flows from it. This means you must become an active gatekeeper of your mind and spirit. You must be intentional about what you allow in. If possible, for this season, lovingly distance yourself from those people who are chronically negative and who drain your faith. And at the same time, you must intentionally surround yourself with sources of life and hope. Immerse yourself in worship music that declares my goodness and power. Read the testimonies of my faithfulness in the lives of others. Connect with other believers who will speak encouragement into your spirit and who will remind you of my unwavering promises. When a thought of despair or discouragement enters your mind, you cannot just passively try to ignore it. You must actively and authoritatively replace it. This is a vital spiritual discipline. The moment you feel that heavy, sinking feeling of hopelessness, you must open your mouth and speak one of my promises out loud to counter it. If the thought says, "You will never get through this," you must reply with my truth, "I can do all things through Christ who strengthens me." You must replace the enemy's lie with my truth. Discouragement is a thief of destiny. Do not give it entry into the sacred space of your heart. Do not even open the door a crack to entertain its arguments. Remember what my word declares. The joy of the Lord is your strength. Your joy is not a luxury or a fleeting emotion. It is a spiritual necessity. It is the divine strength you need to persevere through these final moments of the battle. So guard it. Fight for it. Choose joy, even when your feelings are contrary. Praise me, even when it is the hardest thing to do. Your joy is a mighty shield that will extinguish every flaming arrow of discouragement the enemy sends your way. You have been in a long and arduous season of preparation. I know the waiting has felt endless at times, and any progress has seemed painstakingly slow and incremental. But now I want to reveal to you the divine nature of my breakthroughs. Though the season of preparation hath been long and often hidden from your sight, the manifestation of your miracle, when it comes, will often be sudden. The patient, meticulous, and unseen work of my angel will culminate in a single, breathtaking moment that will completely astound you. Situations and problems that have been stubbornly stuck for years will suddenly come loose. Doors of opportunity that have been sealed shut will suddenly swing wide open. Relationships that have been broken will suddenly have a path to healing. It will seem to you, and to all those watching, as if it all happened overnight. But you and I, we will know the truth. We will know that this suddenly was the result of a long, faithful period of you believing, praying, and obeying, and a long, strategic period of me working, arranging, and preparing all things behind the scenes. You must remember who I am. I am the God who spoke, and entire worlds leaped into being. I am not bound by the same linear constraints of time that you experience. I am a God who can accomplish in one divine instant what would take you an entire lifetime of your own striving to achieve. I can restore in a single day what the enemy has stolen from you over many years. I want you to be ready for this. Do not be startled or afraid when the pace of your life suddenly and dramatically shifts from a slow, weary crawl to a rapid and exhilarating acceleration. Imagine a mighty river that has been blocked for a very long time by a massive logjam of debris. The water has been backing up, getting stagnant, and there seems to be no way through. This is what your life has felt like, stuck, frustrated, and motionless. But all this time, my angel has been at work on that logjam, chipping away at it, weakening its hold, and loosening it in the unseen places. And soon, with one final, powerful push of my divine might, the key log that is holding everything back will be dislodged. And in that moment, the entire jam of problems that has been blocking your progress will break apart, and the mighty river of my blessing will begin to flow freely, forcefully, and joyfully through every area of your life once more. So I want you to hold on to this powerful promise. All the lonely nights you have endured, all the tears you have cried, all the prayers that seemed to go unanswered, all the long and weary years of waiting, I promise you, they will be completely and utterly worth it in the glory of that one sudden moment of breakthrough. When it comes, you will look back, and the memory of the pain from the journey will fade in the brilliant and overwhelming light of your arrival. Your miracle will not trickle in, my child. It will come like a flood. Be ready. Stay alert. Your suddenly is on its way. My precious one, the suddenly is approaching. The most glorious part of the plan is what I am about to reveal. To stop now would be to endure the entire storm only to miss the breathtaking sunrise I have orchestrated just for you. Do not break this divine appointment. Your future is being shaped by these very words. My child, when your suddenly comes, when the floodgates of heaven open, and the breakthrough you have been so faithfully praying for finally manifests in your physical world, a new and different kind of test will begin. It is the test of receiving. How you handle the blessing I give you is just as important in my eyes as how you handled the battle you endured. When your long-awaited blessing finally arrives, you must make a conscious choice to receive it not with a spirit of pride in your own great endurance, but with a spirit of profound, overwhelming, and tearful gratitude to me. The subtle temptation of the human heart, once a great victory has been won, is to begin to take a little bit of the credit. The mind begins to whisper, "My great faith finally did this," or "My tireless perseverance is what paid off." My beloved, you must guard your heart fiercely against this dangerous line of thinking. You must immediately, both privately in your heart and publicly with your mouth, acknowledge that it was my hand of grace, and my hand alone, that brought this good thing to pass. Yes, your faith was the vessel I required, but I was the power that filled it. Your prayers were the beautiful invitation, but I was the one who answered. You must always, in all things, acknowledge me as the one and only source of every good and perfect gift. Humility is the only vessel that is strong enough to contain the glorious weight of a great blessing. Pride is like a beautiful container that is riddled with cracks and holes. The blessing will quickly leak out and be wasted, leaving you with nothing but the memory of it. But a humble heart, a heart that knows down to its very core that it is completely and utterly dependent on me for everything, can steward a great blessing for a lifetime and will even see it multiply. This is why you must not forget the sacred lessons you learned in the lonely valley of your struggle now that you are standing on the sunlit mountaintop of your victory. Remember what it felt like to have nothing and no one else to cling to but me. Carry that beautiful, desperate dependence on me into your new season of abundance. Furthermore, you must understand that your answered prayer is not just for your own comfort, your own relief, and your own enjoyment. It has a purpose that is far bigger than you. I have blessed you so that you can become a mighty blessing to others. I have pulled you out of your deep pit so that you can be a living testimony and show others the way out of theirs. Your story of my goodness is now a powerful tool in your hand to bring hope to the hopeless. Do not hoard your blessing. Become a generous channel for it. Therefore, let your very first response to your arriving miracle be one of pure, unadulterated worship. Before you pick up the phone to share the good news with anyone, before you post about your victory, before you go out to celebrate, take a moment to get alone with me. Fall on your knees, even if it is on your kitchen floor, and simply pour out your heart in adoration and thanksgiving. Dedicate your new victory back to me, for my glory. Let your first act be to honor the blesser, not to celebrate the blessing. When you do this, you set a holy foundation for this victory to be not just a fleeting event, but a new and glorious way of life. My child, now that you have received your breakthrough with a humble and grateful heart, you must understand its divine purpose. I have not brought you through the raging waters and the consuming fire simply for your own comfort and relief, as wonderful as that is. The purpose of your deliverance is always bigger than the problem you face. If you believe your answered prayer is only for you, you have missed the glorious point of it all. Your victory is a testament. It is a living, breathing testimony to my goodness, my power, and my unwavering faithfulness in a world that is drowning in cynicism, disappointment, and doubt. When people who knew you in your struggle look at your life now, at the peace that has replaced your anxiety, at the provision that has replaced your lack, at the joy that has replaced your sorrow, they will not just see your success. If you point them to the truth, they will see me. Your transformed life has now become a powerful sermon, far more convincing than any eloquent words you could ever speak. It is a visible demonstration of my love that will make people question their own unbelief. Think back, my beloved, to the specifics of the valley you just walked through. Remember the particular fears that tormented you in the middle of the night. Remember the specific struggles at your job or in your family that made you feel hopeless. Remember the specific lies the enemy told you about your worth and your future. You now possess a unique and powerful authority in those exact areas. You have been divinely equipped to minister to others who are currently facing the very same battle you just won. You can now look another person in the eye, someone whose heart is breaking in the same way yours did, and you can say with unshakable conviction, "I have been exactly where you are. I know the pain you feel, and I also know the way out. My God is faithful, and He will do for you what He has done for me. Your scars, my child, have qualified you to become a healer. The story of your life, the one that was once filled with so much pain and confusion that you were tempted to hide it in shame, has now been redeemed and repurposed by my sovereign hand. It has become a master key in your possession, and with that key, you can now walk up to the prison cells of other people, cells of fear, addiction, bitterness, and despair, and you can unlock their doors. When you share your authentic story of my grace in your life, you are throwing a lifeline of hope to those who are drowning. You are letting them know that they are not alone and that deliverance is not just a fairy tale, but a tangible reality. Do not hide your key. Do not be ashamed of your story. It is now one of the most powerful weapons for love and freedom that I have given you. Ultimately, the grand purpose behind your personal breakthrough is to make your entire life a message to the world of my redeeming love. It is a story that declares to everyone who will listen that no situation is too hopeless, no person is too broken, and no night is so dark that my glorious light cannot shatter it. You have been praying for an end to your problem. I have answered that prayer, but in doing so, I have also given you a holy commission. I have made you my ambassador. The purpose was never just about your freedom. It was about using your freedom to set others free. This is the high and holy calling I have placed on your life. My child, in any natural war, after a great and costly battle has been won and new territory has been taken, a wise commander does not immediately rest and celebrate. He knows that the moments after a victory are critical. He knows he must consolidate his gains. He fortifies the new ground, sets up defensive perimeters, and prepares his troops for any potential counterattack. You have just won a great spiritual battle, and you must now do the same. It is not enough to win the victory. You must now learn how to keep it. You must consolidate your breakthrough. How do you do this? First, you must fortify this new territory of blessing with two powerful materials: constant thanksgiving and my word. Every single day, you must intentionally thank me for your deliverance. This is not just about being polite. It is a spiritual discipline that reinforces in your own spirit and declares to the heavens that I am the one who gave you this victory. It keeps humility in your heart. You must also plant the flag of my word firmly in this new ground. Identify the promises in my word that relate to your specific breakthrough, promises about provision, healing, or peace, and you must speak them out loud over your life every day. This creates a powerful spiritual barrier, a wall of fire around your blessing that the enemy cannot easily penetrate. Next, you must be aware that you cannot become complacent. The enemy of your soul is a sore loser. Now that the initial celebration of your miracle is over, he will try to subtly creep back in and steal the ground you have gained. He will not launch a frontal assault. He will use subtle whispers and insidious lies. He will whisper, "Was that really gone, or was it just a lucky break? Or this is too good to be true." This won't last. You must be vigilant. Do not allow him to sow these poisonous seeds of doubt in the fertile soil of your new blessing. Your victory requires you to establish new patterns of thinking and new habits that align with your new season. You cannot bring your old, fearful, lack-minded thinking into this new land of abundance. That old mindset must be left behind in the wilderness. You must now consciously and deliberately choose to think like a victor, not a victim. You must establish new, daily habits of gratitude, of faith-filled declaration, and of immediately casting down any thought that does not align with my truth. You have been given a new life. You must now learn to live out that new identity. This victory is not your final destination. It is a new, solid foundation upon which I intend to build even greater things in your life. But this foundation is only strong if it rests entirely on me. Therefore, you must immediately dedicate your blessing back to me. In a quiet moment, say from your heart, "Father, this victory is yours. This pavilion is yours. This restored relationship is yours. This healing is yours. Use it all for your glory. And above all, you must remain in a posture of complete and loving reliance on me, even in your season of abundance. Do not allow the blessing you receive to replace your daily need for me, the blesser. Consolidate your victory, my child. Guard this precious ground, for it is the launching pad for your glorious future. My beloved, I want you to prepare your heart and expand your vision for what is coming next, because the breakthrough you are now experiencing is not a singular, isolated event. It is not the final chapter of the story. It is the first domino. It is the holy tipping point you have been waiting for. You have been praying with all your heart, with all your focus, for this one great victory in this one overwhelming area of your life. But I am a God who, by my very nature, does exceedingly, abundantly more than all you could ever ask or even think. I am about to set off a divine chain reaction of blessings in your life that will leave you in a state of sustained awe and wonder. Watch now with eyes of faith. As this first major area of your life comes into divine alignment, you will begin to see other areas, some you were not even actively praying about, suddenly begin to fall into their proper place as well. It is all connected in my divine economy. The breakthrough in your finances will miraculously relieve the unspoken tension that has been plaguing your family. The restoration of that key relationship will unexpectedly open doors of opportunity in your career. The healing in your physical body will bring a new level of clarity and peace to your mind. See how my goodness flows from one area to the next. My angel was not sent on a mission of partial repair. I did not dispatch him to simply patch a hole in the roof of your life while leaving the foundation cracked. He has been commanded by me to set in motion a complete and total restoration. I am not interested in just stopping the leak in your life. I am interested in renovating your entire house, from the foundation to the rooftop. My ultimate plan is for your complete wholeness, spirit, soul, and body. This one miracle that you have received is a spiritual tipping point that will affect every part of your future. It will change the trajectory of your family, not just for you but for your children and your children's children. It will establish a new foundation of blessing for your finances. It will launch you into a new and higher level of your divine destiny. The spiritual ground has shifted under your feet, and everything in your life is now being powerfully realigned around this new, foundational victory. And now, I want to speak a powerful promise from my word directly into your spirit today. I will restore to you the years that the swarming locust has eaten. Think for a moment of all the precious things that were devoured during your long season of struggle, the time, the joy, the peace, the relationships, the resources. It may seem to you that they are lost forever, but I am the God of divine restoration. I will not only give you a blessed and beautiful future, but I will also reach back and redeem your painful past. I will accelerate things for you. I will bring divine opportunities that will make up for lost time. I will restore relationships that you thought were dead and gone. Watch and wonder, my child. The first domino has just fallen. And now, get ready for the beautiful, glorious, and unstoppable cascade of my goodness in every area of your life. My child, as you stand in the warm and welcome light of your answered prayer, I want to pull back the final curtain and reveal to you the ultimate, eternal purpose of this entire journey. The answered prayer you are celebrating is a beautiful and wonderful gift from my hand, but it is not the greatest gift. This entire process, the season of painful waiting, the fierce spiritual battle, the glorious and sudden breakthrough, all of it was lovingly and meticulously designed for one primary reason: to draw you closer to my heart. Before this trial began, you trusted me, yes. But you often trusted me with your mind, based on the things you had been taught and the scriptures you had read. Through the refining fire of this ordeal, you have learned to trust me with your entire being, with every broken and frightened piece of your heart. You have learned in a way that can never be unlearned that my presence is real and tangible, even in the deepest darkness. You have learned that my promises are not just poetic words, but that they hold true when all else in your life has crumbled. You have learned to lean on me, to depend on me, in a way you never could have without this desperate season of need. The unshakable trust that has been forged between us in the crucible of this trial is a treasure that is far more precious to me than all the gold on this earth. You see now, the greatest gift is not the miracle you now hold in your hand. The greatest gift is the deeper, stronger, and more intimate relationship that we now share because of the journey we walked together to get here. You know me now in a way that you did not know me before. You know me not just as a distant, theological concept, like Jehovah Jireh, the God who provides. You now know me intimately, personally, as your provider, the one who saw your need and made a way. You know me not just as Jehovah Rapha, the great physician. You now know me as your healer, the one who touched your specific pain and brought you wholeness. You have come to know me as your personal waymaker, your ever-present deliverer, your most faithful friend. You were praying to arrive at a place of relief, a place of abundance, and I have lovingly brought you to that place. But that place of circumstantial blessing is not the true promised land. The true promised land is this new level of intimacy we now share. It is a place of constant communion, of easy and honest conversation, of unshakable and peaceful trust. It is a place where you are no longer tossed about by the waves of fear, because you know the one who commands the wind and the waves. This is the ultimate prize, my beloved. This sweet, abiding closeness with me is the treasure that will last for all eternity, long after the temporal, earthly blessing has served its purpose. From this new, deep place of intimacy, you will see many more angelic movements in your life. Your prayers will be different now. They will be born not of frantic desperation, but of deep and loving relationship. Your faith will be different now. It will be built not on wishful thinking alone, but on the solid and immovable foundation of your own personal history with me. Cherish this closeness. Cultivate it. Guard it. It is the most precious and eternal outcome of your entire ordeal. We have now arrived at the very heart of the matter, the deep intimacy I desire with you and the eternal purpose behind your pain. This is the treasure of the entire journey. It would sadden me beyond words if you settled for the answered prayer but missed the invitation into my heart. The greatest revelation is still to come. My child, your battle has been won, your victory is secure, and you have been drawn into a beautiful, new closeness with my heart. Now, I have a new and glorious assignment for you. You must not, under any circumstances, hide what I have done for you. Your testimony, the authentic, honest story of your journey from the pit of despair to this place of victory is now one of the most powerful weapons I have placed in your hands. You must understand what your testimony does in the spiritual realm. My word declares that my children overcome the enemy by two things: the blood of the Lamb and the word of their testimony. The blood of my Son, shed for you, has already secured the absolute, eternal victory over all the powers of darkness. That part is finished. But when you open your mouth and testify to what I have done in your specific situation, you are enforcing that heavenly victory here on the earth. Your testimony silences the accuser. The enemy loves to whisper his poisonous lies into the ears of others who are struggling, just as he did to you. He tells them God has forgotten you. He doesn't care. He won't come through for you. Your case is hopeless. But your true story rises up as a powerful, irrefutable rebuttal. It is a first-hand witness account from the battlefield that boldly declares to all of heaven and hell that is a lie. My God is a deliverer. He is faithful. Look at what He has done for me. Your personal testimony also breathes supernatural hope into the hearts of the hopeless. Right now, there is someone else who is trapped in the very same valley of despair that you just came out of. They feel utterly alone. They are convinced their situation is impossible. Your story is a divine lifeline I want you to throw to them. When you share with vulnerability how I met you in your pain and brought you through, it multiplies the power of what my angel did for you. It releases a tangible measure of faith into the hearts of those who hear it, empowering them to begin to believe for their own miracle. Your personal, unvarnished story is more powerful than 1,000 eloquent sermons, because it is real, it is authentic, and it is yours. Every time you share your testimony, you are making a bold and public declaration about my very nature and character. You are testifying to a skeptical world that I am alive, not some distant historical figure. You are testifying that I am faithful, that my promises are not just empty words in an old book. You are testifying that I am good, that my heart is filled with a father's love for his children. Your story brings me great glory and puts my goodness on brilliant display for all to see. And now, look back at your past pain, at the very thing the enemy intended to use to destroy you. Because you have allowed me to walk through it with you and redeem it, that very pain has now become the foundation for a powerful and effective ministry. Do not be ashamed of your scars. They are not a sign of your weakness. They are a glorious proof that you are a survivor and that I am a mighty healer. Do not hide your story in the shadows of embarrassment or fear. I command you to bring it into the light. Share what I have done. Speak of my faithfulness. Your testimony is a mighty spiritual weapon. Now go and use it. My child, you have now seen my power with your own eyes. You have witnessed my faithfulness in your own life. You have stood before a mountain of impossibility that seemed destined to be your permanent landscape, and together, you and I, we have seen it utterly cast into the sea. Now that you have this personal, undeniable history with me, now that you have seen me move this great mountain, I have a glorious and challenging question for you. What other mountains in your life now dare to stand before you? This victory I have given you was not meant to simply solve one isolated problem in your life. It was meant to be a divine catalyst, a holy explosion designed to radically and permanently expand your vision of what is possible when you walk with me. For far too long, my child, your past disappointments, your wounds, and the long seasons of struggle have trained you to shrink your dreams. Without even realizing it, you have learned to pray small, safe, and logical prayers. You have been asking me only for what you think is reasonably possible, for what seems attainable within the realm of human effort. You have been praying for just enough to get by, just enough to survive. I am telling you today, with all the authority of heaven, that season of small thinking and small praying is officially over. I am the God who owns the cattle on 1,000 hills. The silver and the gold of this world are mine. I hold the entire universe in the palm of my hand. You must stop praying small prayers, because your God is not small. This recent victory is your personal, tangible proof of my limitless power and of my deep, burning desire to bless you abundantly. Let this memory be the fuel for a new, holy boldness in your prayers. I am giving you permission. No, I am giving you a command to start dreaming again. Dare to ask me for the things that seem utterly impossible. Dare to dust off the dreams that you buried long ago under the heavy weight of fear and so-called practicality. I am not offended by your big prayers, my beloved. I am honored by them. Your big prayers are a form of worship, for they show that you are beginning to truly understand the magnificent, powerful, and infinitely generous nature of the God you serve. I want you now to open your spiritual eyes to the new horizons I am revealing to you. Your future is not a repeat of your past. Hear me on this. The destructive, generational cycles of defeat, of lack, of fear, and of disappointment that have plagued you and your family are being shattered, right now, by the power of my word and my work in your life. This victory we have won together is a divine line in the sand. Everything that came before this moment is covered by the cleansing blood of my Son, and everything that lies ahead of you is a beautiful, blank canvas upon which my glory will be painted through your life. You not look back with fear and regret. I am commanding you to look forward with unshakable faith and holy anticipation. And know this with all of your heart. The mighty angel that I sent to move on your behalf has not completed his assignment and returned to heaven. His mission concerning you is not ended. It has simply entered a glorious new phase. He is still by your side, a mighty warrior of light, ready and waiting for the next assignment I will give him concerning you. He is here to help you possess this new land of promise I am giving you. So, lift up your head. Let your renewed vision now inform your prayers. What is next for us? What is the next mountain we will take together? Listen, my child. Can you hear it? It is the sound of a great and heavy door closing with divine finality. It is the sound of my sovereign hand closing this long, painful, and difficult chapter of your struggle. I, the one who is the author and the finisher, am declaring that it is finished. The season of desperate striving, of tearful waiting, of battling fear in the long nights, it is now over. I am the Alpha and the Omega, the beginning and the end, and I am declaring a holy end to this painful era of your life and the glorious beginning of a new one. My Son, when he walked this earth, completed his great and perfect work of redemption for all humanity at the age of 33. It was a finished work. Nothing could be added to it, and nothing could be taken from it. In the same way, I am telling you now that this specific and necessary work of preparation, of testing, and of deliverance in you is now complete. The lessons from that season have been learned. The character has been forged in the fire. The victory has been won. It is a finished work. You do not need to mentally revisit it anymore. You do not need to fear its return. I have brought it to its holy and perfect completion. You are now stepping out of the tomb of your old life. I want you to see it this way. The grave clothes of your past identity, the confining wrappings of fear, of lack, of shame, and of defeat, are being left behind in that empty tomb, and they are not yours to pick up again. You are now walking out into the brilliant and blinding light of a new day, and you are not walking in your own frail strength. You are walking in the very same resurrection power that raised my Son from the dead. That power, the most potent force in the universe, now lives and dwells inside of you, and its purpose is to make all things new. You must see this moment not just as an ending to your pain. You must see it as a glorious and holy beginning of an entirely new way of life. This is your personal genesis. This is day one of a new journey with me, a journey characterized not by struggle, but by grace, not by fear, but by faith, not by lack, but by my abundant provision. Everything that has happened in your life up to this very point, the good, the bad, the beautiful, and the painful, has been the necessary laying of a new and solid foundation. Now, together, we begin to build the magnificent structure I have designed for your future upon that foundation. So walk forward now, my child. I release you into this new beginning. Open your eyes and see the fresh possibilities I am placing before you. Open your heart to the deeper, more profound level of intimacy we now share. Open your hands to receive the abundance I am pouring out, and be ready to open them again to generously give that blessing away. The path before you is now clear. Your mighty angel is still beside you, your constant companion and guardian, ready for the next adventure. And your future, held securely in my loving and all-powerful hands, is more beautiful than anything you have yet dared to imagine. Walk in this new beginning. You are loved. You are free. You are mine. You are now walking in your new beginning, and the first fruits of this promised land are meant to be sown for a harvest that is greater than your own. If your heart burns to make your new victory a source of life for others, then I am calling you to release a seed that will carry this same resurrection power to those still sitting in the tomb. Your offering is a fire that lights other torches, a tangible testimony that proves the reality of my goodness to a world in desperate need. And my promise to you is this: whoever sows generously will also reap generously, for I take great delight in a cheerful giver. This is your first act of worship in your new season, a powerful declaration that I am your source in all things. Step into this new level of partnership now. Click Super Thanks, become a member, or use the PayPal link in the description, and release the first fruit of your new beginning. My child, do not let this moment pass into silence. My spirit is stirring, and my angel has moved at the sound of these words you have just heard. If you believe what I have spoken to you, I command you now to seal this encounter with your own declaration of faith. Go to the space below and write with bold conviction, "My angel is moving, and I am opening the door now." This is not just a comment. It is your act of turning the key, your signal to all of heaven, that you are ready to receive the miracle I am sending. Declare it now, and make your faith visible. Amen. If you believe in me, your Heavenly Father, then like this video and leave a heartfelt amen in the comments. If you want to stay closer to me, then subscribe to this channel.